Hello there. These recordings were done in a long time ago. For me, it is just a precious memory kind of thing. Where I started, how much progress I've made. So, I do highly recommend you to avoid this video or audio, whatever. But in case you hate yourself, or you have a personal life, or you have some other weird, twisted reasons why you're planning to stay here, keep in mind that at that time, my English was just beyond criticism. So I could say something weird, something that could sound rude. Maybe I meant it to be that way. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I was talking from perspective of a certain character. Everything is possible. I was not listening the whole thing. Have plenty of things to do. Obviously, all of these recordings were made on different days in different places using different sleepers. The sound volume is not stable as well. I was not even trying to make it sound better. So, so you're here. But why are you here? At this point, any normal human being would just go away or at least use time codes. But you're still here. It's weird. Go away, okay? I'm waiting. Okay, that's I warned you, so I give up.
The secret history, the part n plus 1. So, uh, everyone got home to Charles. Everyone was worried about him, but they felt relief when they found out that he was lying on his sofa and was watching some TV. Harry asked him what happened. He was drunk, and as well his fingers were black. He said that they took his fingerprints. Prints. Harry was worried about that. Why have they done that? Because they wanted everyone's prints from they wanted fingerprints of everyone who was in Bunny's room. They already have Bunny's fingerprints. They got it a few years ago. Um, and it was scary actually because there were two of them. They were smart. There was one a bit Italian looking. He was not that scary, but the second one was quite silent, and I just felt uncomfortable around him. He seemed quite smart. What were they asking you? Asked Henry. Um, Charles uh, replied that they had been asking him about different stuff. Uh, Mostly it was not really that. It was not really that important, but he was worried that they could uh, get some dangerous information because he was scared, and if they would press more on that topic, he could have split something extra. Anyway, as well, Charles said that they were asking about Henry's trip to Egypt. Uh, Bunny's trip to Henry's trip to Egypt. Henry was worried if they were asking about finances. Charles said that they were not. They were worried about different stuff, but author does not give us information what they were asking about. As well, Henry said that it was at first he said that it first he had thought that cloak was uh, a big danger for them, but now he realized that it's really a blessing for them. The thing we don't this we didn't get this information what Hannah wanted to say because of TV, but I believe that the case is about Cloak being worried about all this drug story. They look innocent in front of him because he can split something about this Bonnie story. He said maybe he was trying to sell drugs. Maybe he was uh, uh, kidnapped by drug dealers. Of course, eventually they would find Bonnie's body, but the most suspicious person will be Cloak. And this is it. To be honest, not really much have happened in this part. Generally speaking, they were watching TV. Uh, they saw uh, this mechanic who was working with Henry's car, and he was talking some nonsense that people who were with Bonnie and probably kidnapped him were dark skinned. They were probably Arabs, and Arabs. Everyone was shocked. Uh, they were arguing about if the police is going to believe some old man talking this kind of nonsense. But it was not really important. I mean, it's important because it will draw attention away from the reality of situation. As well, on the news, it was told that over 300 volunteers take their time, take parts in searching for Bonnie. It was as well said there was given some recommendations for these who are looking for Bonnie for their safety and for the efficiency of their work. After that, they news showed uh, Bonnie's mother, and she wasn't at first. Richard was uh, confused by he was explained that it's Corcoran's mother, and uh, she wasn't she didn't look as upset as she probably should, but uh, she said that she's extremely upset and she doesn't want any mother to experience uh, to experience uh, this kind of tragedy, and this is it. Okay, mostly Francis and Henry started their discussing about Corcoran's mother. They were impressed by, not really impressed. Okay, they were just wondering what kind of life um, did they choose, because okay, she does quite good in being this playing her role of being such a rich person and advertising something as if all her life is advertisement, and she's trying to sell this idea of them being part of high society, and they cannot understand what is this all about. Is this about, are they really enjoy getting this making this impression of rich people and being praised by everybody? That's how they live, and that's mm, are they really satisfied with this kind of life? And as well, they started uh, arguing about mm, some particular details, such as Gucci rooms that looked horrible, but at the same time it was quite popular uh, in news and journals and different stuff. Even when it looked magazines, even when it looked obviously bad. As well, Francis was pissed off by their but by the way how they abrin abroad Bonnie. Uh, they pushed this press to this idea of money being the main scene in your life. That's how you should live. You should live as a person of a wealth one. You should uh, make this kind of impression and play this role of rich person. But at the same time, they push this idea about how it's pathetic to be working for money. Uh, at the same time, someone added that it's probably Mr. Corcoran's fault. But anyway, after that, they went down to the topic of Gucci being overrated. They are making some shitty products and selling it extremely expensive, which is true. But Gary says that I believe that it's said that he believed that it is quite uh, impressive, the art of selling such product as that, of marketizing something so well that people are ready to buy the product even is such a overpriced. Well, and this is it for this part of the book. So Richard found out that these agents are now living in the cabinet of teacher he used to work for, and he this cabinet is quite near, something about 20 feet from him. He started a conversation with Henry. He Henry said that uh, they believed that Bonnie is involved in some kind of drug deal. Richard started wondering what is this all about, and what have Henry told them. Uh, Henry said that he have told that he uh, had told them, no, to есть прошедшее, да, had told them everything that Clock knew. He told them. Тут нужно согласовывать. Рассказал им все, что знал Клоук. I guess может быть, there is, but there is no need for second past perfect. No? А, ладно. Ну, там, по-моему, нет
Мгм,
нужды во
хорошо.
втором предпрошедшем, нет?
То есть Клоук знает сейчас, он же не умер, да?
Ну да, ну
Знал или
просто
знает, тут
вы вроде сами говорили, что там два подряд урезается до первого предпрошедшего, до первого hatch.
ну это смотря какое предложение.
Окей,
Если оно
whatever.
определительное, в нем не надо согласовывать, как в русском, а если оно дополнительное, так его дальше, чем предпрошедшее, не задвинешь в прошлое.
Okay, but still, I believe that he gives himself. He knew. It's still everything that Hannah believes that Cloak knows. So I'm not sure, but everything's possible. Uh, Richard was wondered why did he done that. Hannah said that it would be quite a problem if Cloak will spell something, and it would be found that Henry was hiding some information from these agents. And as well, Henry said that now he have realized that this situation with Cloak is the biggest blessing that they could have get possibly get in because in reality uh, they this whole situation with Cloak will get all of their attention until they will find the body of Bonnie, until the snow will uh, melt, until the snow will melt,
Тут нельзя будущего времени, да? Пока.
until snow melts,
Хорошо.
and this is it. After that, we were shown a part of the newspaper that told us that investigation uh, believed that drugs are involved were involved in the deal of Bonnie of Vermont. Uh, it was told that uh, close friends of Bonnie uh, had told that um, uh, he was withdrawn for the last few months, and there is big possibility, and there were some uh, traits of drug in his room, and as well there was an information how you should treat your children and how you need to get information and what they are not going to tell you. This is it. Okay, so Camilla and Richard were sitting nearby. Richard was wondering how could someone be so beautiful and how he could just look at her face for hours and all of that stuff, at her mouth, at her lips, etc., etc., etc. As well, she said that they need to turn off the light. Uh, Richard wasn't even dreaming about okay, actually, he was dreaming, but he never would have imagined that it could happen in real life. Uh, it could happen in real life that she would say something like that. But he was not able to see this scene romantically. Instead of that, he imagined, portrayed her as a mother of two people, and he was wondering how is this possible that when Bunny was dying, she was so cold and unemotionless. He asked her what happened back there in the woods. Camilla, and he was waiting her to show some kind of surprise from his question, but there was not any. Instead, she said that she doesn't remember a lot, but what she remembers is that she felt as if there was a bunch of dogs, and her arms were something like snakes, and a lot of different stuff. Simply put, she wasn't sober at all. All she remembers is the picture of this man with his belly torn open, and how steam was going out of his internals. Uh, and this is it. Um, okay, the secret history. Uh, okay, Richard and Camilla was still speaking about this murder in the woods. Um, Camilla said that he she would never forgive this smell of internals of human and in general. You can ask Francis once he uh, was present when uh, his uncle was tearing open the belly of deer. As well, she told that in the last its last time they all of them have quite a bad luck, and after this murder in the woods, this body was found immediately, and it seems that they won't be able to sleep uh, healthy until Bunny's body will be buried under the ground. Okay. Um, as well, she told that uh, because of Henry, their company had to uh, do some kind of ritual. Have to had done some ritual because consequence of tenses. Uh, uh, Henry brought pig, uh, torn open, cut open throat of it, and made all of them uh, wash their heads and hands in its blood. Uh, Richard was
Mhm.
shocked by this picture, but right after that he joked about, oh, why aren't we doing this this time? Uh, Camila didn't catch his sarcasm and
Mhm.
said that, well, probably Henry didn't want to uh, freak you out by doing something like that. As well, I cannot skip the part uh, where I guess we can joke about them not. Okay, uh, in previous case, they used blood of pig to wash blood of human uh, from their hands or something like that. But this, so basically, by Greek logic, it
Mhm.
means that you need to use blood of someone to wash blood of person from your hands and from this responsibility. Um, so basically, if you kill an animal, an yeah, right, an animal, you don't have to do anything. And probably,
Mhm.
so I just want to point out that they're not going to um, do anything like that after Barney's death, because maybe they're not taking him as a human at this point. Okay, it's not the case. It was just a bit funny, maybe, at least for me. Uh, After that, uh, Charles came in, um, and he called Camila honey. They just Millie and honey and all that stuff. It was a bit suspicious. She wanted to warn him on this account that they are not alone, that Richard is here. She offered him some tea, but he didn't want any, and he went away as well. LD noticed one interesting detail about how all of them are trying to use some kind of extreme experience to uh, get this sorts of murdering from their heads out of their heads, uh, and just between the lyrics, it sounds as if she directly saying to me that these sorts of bunny about Camille and Charles are true. But in any way, we already know that Francis. It's true about Francis. It's just an interesting notice from LG's side, and this is it. Okay, so Henry was extremely worried about the situation with psycho user. There was a story of one woman, a young mother, who was who had experienced coma because of the shock from electricity, and after that she started her way of uh, speaking with another world. She is able to hear things, and she even participate in some cases of missed people, and she was able to successfully find a person just by pointing at the area on the map. For example, she could just take the whole map and said, "He is somewhere here. Look for him." Okay,
Mhm.
I don't know.
Mhm.
There was not such information, but somehow she was able to um find missing people. But once again, we have no information about how accurate her predictions are, and what methods does she use. But I guess at this point, author just tries to create more suspense for us. So some part of readers would believe that she really has some powers. Um, but anyway, Richard was shocked by that because Harry, why are you taking this so serious? Uh, it's just another uh, madman, a mad lady. What are you waiting from her? Harry gave him uh, a judgy look. If you cannot
Mhm.
see something, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Um, Harry was the kind of person who is suspicious about pretty much everything. He was even putting some food in front of his house, so some kind of evil spirit passing by would be satisfied with Henry, and so that was just the kind of person he is. And it's interesting that we found out this just a little while ago. As well, we were told how other students take this information because there were some rumors about detectives that are working under the cover and is looking for drug uh, dealers and just people who are taking them um, because of this case. and because of this information, one was worried. A singular form. Just want to know to point at it. Because of that, everyone is worried, and they are using toilets to get rid of their drugs. There was even one funny story when um, one toilet was pumped because somebody put so much drugs there that they had to call a plumber. Uh, and at the end of page, Charles went downstairs and was looking for Camila. After that, he decided to go take a drink with Richard. This is it.
Uh,
Okay, uh, so Richard and Charles was heading somewhere. They caught taxi, the same one that was driving Bonnie for the last time. Uh, they had some kind of local jokes, but it's not important. What's important is this time Charles decided to go in the other place to eat. Uh, Richard didn't mind. It was some kind of bar, and there was cheap alcohol and TV. At first, owner of this place was asking them for their license to uh, so he could be sure that they are adults. Charles gave him some kind of look that convinced him that well they are old enough. They have seen a lot of experience in their life, uh, so they are
Интересный
fine enough.
рецепт. Мгм.
So Charles was drinking alcohol. When he got his burger, he take out bacon out of it, and the rest was left without any attention from his perspective, from his side. Uh, on Richard started remembering the other place where he used to go with his old friend, and it made him feel kind of depression because once again he understood how bad their situation is, and um, that he probably made quite a lot of mistakes because of this desire of being part of this special group. But anyway, when Charles was about to drink 5 or 6 uh, couple strong tea. I just was remembered one situation where um, it took me some time to understand the situation because uh, they were talking about some tea, but actually it was alcohol. So the name of one alcohol light one, they call it tea, something like Siliansky Challenge. I don't remember quite correctly, but sometimes they call
Correctly.
yeah.
Directly, correctly.
I don't get it.
Mhm.
Anyway, what I was trying to say is that sometimes they call uh, light alcohol to be tea.
Mhm.
Anyway, uh, at this time, someone decided to push uh, buttons to change channels. There was a lot of stuff, but what's the only interesting
Remote control.
remote control buttons on remote control to change channels.
Hmm?
There was a lot of channels, but the only interesting one was about this guy who used to fix uh,
Cars.
cars. Yeah, maybe he's doing it even now, but that doesn't matter.
Да, да, да.
And
Точно.
he
Useful.
got
Мгм.
uh, quite a lot of popularity because of this situation. He got a lot of attention. Now he was standing there on TV talking some shit about Arabs. And well, we he should have seen this coming. When you get famous by hating something, by using people's hatred of something, someday you will pay for that because they will hate you in return as strong as they did loved you. Because, but anyway, it's not important. They were changing channels one again. It's not really important. What's important is what happened on this program is that one person who was in fact a rap was kind of sold by all his speeches. He had quite a stereotypical view over their nation. But the only thing that this mechanic said in returns was like, if you don't like something, go away from America. We 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 don't like you there.
А что
Here,
значило слово send?
go out of here. We don't like you there. Maybe here. No, I just don't remember when
Ну,
I was
мгм.
using this. Anyway, um, after that, Arab asked him, "Well, what nation are you actually?" And he had no idea because he doesn't know what a rap is. But once again, he said, "If you don't like here, go away." In other words, but basically, he said the same thing. And this mechanic was not able to keep up with conversation. Everyone started shouting at him, yelling at him.
Мгм.
Uh, at some point, he just started pointing his fingers towards the people in the stage and giving them his middle finger and calling Arabs to be and
Красочно.
yeah expressively.
Мгм.
So they turned camera away, started commercial. Everyone in pub was impressed with this show. It was quite a show. Uh, Charles was about to say something quite extra, but Rita stopped him. He convinced him to go home immediately, said and greet to him that somebody is listening. Um, and then Richard was laying on his bed, watching the rain outside. It was a warm one, and for some reason, with his stomach, he felt that Bunny will be found today. Will be fine. Will be found today.
Ну, может, не
Would
today,
would
а скоро.
soon, quite soon.
Мгм.
This.
Хорошо.
Okay, so Richard was feeling lonely, and at some point he decided to go upstairs. There was Camila and Henry, and
Yeah.
yeah, they were. What did I say?
There was это единственное
Okay,
число.
there were okay.
Мгм.
Um, so there were Camila and Henry, and they looked terribly. Camila even didn't have lipstick on her lips,
Makeup.
and all of that, and her hair was messy, and between them there was uh, um, cigarette, a special tool that you use to
Ashtray.
ashtray. Yeah, I know this word, but for some reason I just lost it. Wasn't able to remember it in the right time. Anyway, it was a tray. There was a tray full of cigarettes. They were looking out of the window and were not in the mood to talk about something. And at some point, Camilla, her eyes uh, widen, got wider. So, and she even stood up and uh, gave a look out of the window. So did Richard. Uh, there was an ambulance, and it
Ambulance.
ambulance. Uh, there was a body of one man. It was covered, but at one uh, at a fragment of uh,
Yellow sticker.
yeah, it's
Sticker.
a mere fragment of time. They were able to see his clothes. It appeared that it was burning. The picture was so clear and smooth, as if you put bread into the oven. How they put his body into another car. Henry threw his body to the chair as if he was shot. Everyone was shocked, and there were paparazzi,
Paparazzi.
paparazzi. Uh, they were trying to gather as much information as they could, and at some point they saw our main characters who went outside, and they started questioning them. And I forgot to mention how the body was found. Okay, I just tell it in a different order. So, there was a girl that was not part of expedition. She used this time to catch up on her grades and her sleep. And at one day, she was walking with her dog. She forgot toys for this boy, so she decided to play with a stick. And at one time, a dog ran away and got back with glasses. She was shocked. And dog ran somewhere. She ran after the dog and saw the picture. Uh, Body that has been licked by this dog, and it was already uh, half наполовину перегнивший, как сказать,
Rotten. Да
half
я не
rotten.
думаю, снег лежал. Rotten. Ну ладно, пусть будет
Okay,
так.
the picture,
Ну хорошо, я
the
испортила.
Greek picture.
Мгм.
We just portraying the picture for Julian.
Понятно.
So, and that's how she found this body. This is it.
Хорошо, Миша.
Okay. That's the secret history. Henry, Camilla, Richard, and other ones. We were talking with FBI agents. Actually, it was Henry who was given all the talk. But anyway, he was asking questions to these agents and to the person find uh, who have found the body. At first, he asked, uh, "Where was it? How did that happen? Did you see that?" And all of that stuff. After that, he asked if this could be suicide. Henry asked if it could be suicide. Um, that agents uh, believe believed that it was not
Угу.
because uh, there were no signs of that, and as well he was drunk. There were muddy. It was rain. He could hurry up home, and there were marks and signs that he was trying to grab on something while he was falling. So uh, I don't. They didn't think that it could be a suicide, but in any case, the school is in trouble. Harry added that uh, I believe that Henry added that he believed that Corcorans was the kind of family that was going to sue, that were going to sue. In no, was going because it's family, the singular form. So was going to sue.
Ну, мне
After
кажется, это не Генри сказал, а вот итальянец.
maybe.
Хорошо.
As well, Camilla was green. She was trembling about something. At the same time, Henry asked if it was how Henry asked how uh, did they saw yes, how had they seen this ah what did they think about all the situation, how did it happen, how okay how had that happened, because did turns to past perfect. It for the opinion of Richard, it was not the smartest question he
Хорошо.
could Harry could have asked. Anyway, after that, the FBI agents were talking about different stuff, including this mechanic who has a history of phone pranks and other stuff, arguing with different nations, and now they are not connected to this case. It's up to police to decide what happened and who should be blamed for. It's not FBI business anymore. This is it. Okay, the secret history. So Camila was crying, and everyone started trying to comfort her. These FBI agents started their grilling about different topics, mainly not connected with Bonnie's case. Generally, they were talking about relationship between Charles and Camila, and how it's and they that this FBI agent didn't know that uh, twins can be can has different genders, and they asked them what kind of relationship does they have, are they friendly to each other, and all of that stuff. After that, Richard was watching on them, wondering what this is all about, and which part of this is true. Is this uh, Camilla's true emotions? And at this time, he started portraying a picture of this dawn to us. How how interesting was the sky and all other scenes to him at this point, and how he pictured this moment as well. He started talking about the difference between living with Bonnie and with Bonnie and without him. He told how good he remembers his voice and how unique it was. That if he have remembered something about Bonnie, it would be his voice.
And it's quite convenient actually for author of the book use something like that, because you cannot hear a book, you don't know what voice does he have, and you can make up any tales about his voice, because uh, you don't have to prove anything, because there's no way to for the reader to get what author means. So he will get from that as much as he will imagine for himself. But anyway, he said that it was awfully quiet after Bunny's disappearance, and it seems that Hampden College is quite united, and everyone knew Bunny, especially his voice. But when he disappeared, it was not about some tragedy or something like that. It's not as if somebody really cared. It was just some kind of disconvenience. Disconvenience. But when he died, everyone went wild. Everyone was saying how they knew Bunny and how tragic this is. Everyone was putting words in his mouth, uh,
Mm-hmm.
saying that he would want everyone to be happy living without him, to accept this, to embrace reality and all of that stuff. Even when they didn't know Bunny at all. They were all their own thoughts. But that's uh, what they wanted to believe. Even some politics were talking about it, and TV channels. So it was quite. It was highly discussed topic. This is it. Anyway, all this scene is not only about them killing Bunny. It's about death itself. What is it? I mean, just a few days before, this person had character,
Mm-hmm.
ambitions, desires, and now what is he? Where is he? Is he dead?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is this it? And this shoe that is lying there, uh, is this just a random thing that has no meaning?
Mm-hmm.
Just, I mean, if this shoe just got to be dropped there, and uh, no one paid attention to that, no one uh, cared to take it out of there, and someday somebody will just take it and maybe will use it, maybe will throw it away, but in the end of scenes, all this shoe is doing is laying there. And today it is here, someday it will be gone, just as
Mm-hmm.
anything in this world. Is there any meaning behind your life? I mean, sometime, sometime soon, in the uh, scale of this world, you will die, and people who remembered you will die as well. And probably, even if you got your name printed on the covers of books, someday they will be forgotten. Even if you're extremely famous person, someday all humanity will die. And what then? What's the purpose of it? That's
Mm-hmm.
the hard part about human freedom. You have to choose it for yourself. You have to create this meaning. And
Mm-hmm.
if you, it's really hard to take something as freedom. It's way easier to just say, okay, my purpose of life is serving to my king or to my country or to religion. And I am not saying that it is wrong. It's one of the options. But the hard part is that there is no perfect answer. There is no good answer. There is no wrong answer.
because all our brain does is create associations. Okay, I'm not sure if you get my
Да-да-да.
idea.
Мгм.
Uh, between things and based on scenes that happen around us. And
Мгм.
now, when Bonnie is gone, his life is getting quite a turn because now all the scenes that is uh, different, any different, remembers him of Bonnie. Does it mean that his life had a purpose because it had such an impact on the world? Did it? Nobody knows. And this very moment when you're drawn into the present moment, you're he's trying to analyze everything. He's trying to. I'm not sure what he's trying to do. Okay, this is this very moment when you realize that maybe this is it. Maybe that's what our lives is. It's just things that happen to be, and whatever happens, just happens. This shoe is just happened to be here. This sun is just happened to через минут пять. Just happened to be behind these mountains, and Bonnie just happened to be dead, and all the scenes that happened just tend to happen, and that's maybe the only way how it could be ended. Then what the meaning? So basically, I don't know what he's thinking about, but um, that's the power of uh, time stopper. Okay, it's the power of we don't know what he's thinking about. Okay, but when something like this happens, person and when everyone's breath is just being grabbed away from them, it's quite a good chance to change your understanding of life, and maybe that's what's happening to uh, Richard right now, and maybe by using describing such details as these ones, we are getting to feel how important every single detail is right now for him, and uh, that's probably what I'm not sure you get what I'm trying to say, and I'm not sure that I quite get my idea. But if you want, you will surely find something more than just exaggerating the plot. This is it.
Мгм.
So there was a story about hippies that lived near Bonnie. They were fighting all the time. Bonnie uh, quite a lot. Bunny was running to guard quite a lot when he saw that they were um taking drugs or something like that, and they had quite an awful relationships. But when Bunny died, they had some kind of strange reaction. It was uh, they made some kind of ritual, and it seemed as if it wasn't their celebration of his death, but some way of paying respect. So there was a talk between Richard and friend or Henry. I'm not sure with whom he was talking. Um, and well, there were a lot of details, but generally speaking, they were really trying to do him some justice in their own strange way. It's actually really, and Richard was thinking about not only the situation, but the situation with justice, about the situation with Bunny as well. He found himself being upset about how he deal with Bunny, and not about his death, but about just how they were acting towards him. As well, he found everyone being mm, everyone having mixed emotions and having their own stories about Bunny. Bunny was quite a strange individual. When you look at uh, actions that he is doing towards people around him, you for sure can say that he's an awful person. But for some reason now everybody is praising him. Now when they can uh, take their look out of all these small situations and look at the picture entirely, uh, they are finding something more than just him being awful person. They are seeing something different. It's his strange uh, character, as if a cartoon-like or something like that. He just felt different for people around him, and uh, it's kind of hard to describe, but generally speaking, uh, maybe they saw a strange kind of charisma out of him. Mm, maybe it's just a fact of him dying and now everyone wants to talk good about him, or maybe it's because he had so much action around him. He was in so many bad and good situation, and because of that people just have a lot of material to see him as they want to see. Maybe they are uh, seeing him as someone who is doing what he likes to do, someone who has more freedom than they can allow themselves to have. I don't know. It's hard to get what author was trying to say here, but generally speaking, he wasn't uh, just a man that was appealing for money in every situation that he can. There are more of that, uh, and now, um, after and okay, before funeral, be, be, before and soon after snow melted. It happened as soon as it did fall, and uh, they all of their Greek groups didn't spend much time together before Bunny's funeral. Everyone was uh, everyone was busy with everyone was busy with some businesses. For example, Cloak came to uh, Charles and Camilla's, and without any allowance or something like that, and was drinking there. Uh, Richard was busy spending a lot of time with Judy Pui, and other ones had something to do as well. And this is it. When snow melted, it happened quite quick, almost as quick as it fell down. Um, at this, it was a strange time because this whole Greek club did not did not happen to talk a lot. Um, all of them were in their own businesses, and Bunny's funeral was postponed because his family wanted to open his body to for something
Autopsy.
to make an autopsy. Um, Throughout this time, Francis was in his own business. Clark managed in
Вот это.
yeah, he managed to get drunk, and
Discharge,
while
наверное.
being absent-minded, he went to Camilla's and Charles, drink even more there, and fell asleep in their place. And all of that he did without any invitation. Um, at this time, Richard had his hands busy with Judy Puby and her
У него
friends.
были свободные руки. Да, ты говоришь?
He had
Hands.
his hands busy.
Он имел свободные руки, чтобы...
He had his hands busy.
А как это перевести?
Занятые. У него были полные руки. His hands
Его
were
руки были
full.
заняты...
Yeah. His hands were full with Judy Puby and her
Заботами.
friends. Yeah. I won't tell all of them. There was one friend of hers that he didn't like, and another that he did like, but she was kind of stupid. But anyway,
Да ему нравилось. Ну как, быть предметом внимания аж трех
yeah,
девушек.
yeah, it's not as if he hated that, but I'm just saying that one of there was Judy Puy, the first friend of hers
Тут,
that
понимаешь, такая ирония. Ой, извини, Миш, я перебиваю тебя. Тут такая ирония, понимаешь, он совершил убийство, а его еще и утешают. Да еще и девушки.
that's kind of fun. But generally speaking, there is a big possibility that it was just an action of Hampton who decided to comfort them because they lost. They're the closest friends of his, and probably it was quite a shock of them that he died. It was just it it was just an event out of the sky. All these times they were wondering what happened to him, and they were stressed. And now when they found out that somehow in some mysterious way that cannot be described and analyzed by a human mind, it was just maybe they're denying, maybe they're depressed by such a unpredictable and strict fate that they had to encounter. So maybe their school asked this Jujipui, and maybe not exactly them in particular, but maybe they just uh, told their students that they should comfort this group because they lost their close friend, and that's probably the reason. As well, sometimes Francis was going there to deliver some news.
Hmm?
At times like this, when he wanted to be alone with Richard, he was just so going to bookshelf and standing there quite a lot of time, just um, trying to make a look of someone who's interested in all these books for a long, long time. And at some point in time, they got he hoped that they would got a clue and get out of there, and they did. At first, they found out about all this. Um, Even with Bonnie's body, they were afraid of the situation. But one day, Francis came to Richard, and he was so glad that he wasn't even waiting for this ghost to go out. And in Greek, he said that actually they were not after a crime sentence; they were after just getting in information if he was sober or not to clear their reputation of their family. And that's it. Okay, so Francis ran into Richard's room, wasn't even waiting while two ghosts to go out, and in Greek, so they won't be able to understand them. Brought this information, but there was a slight problem. Greek is not meant to be used for daily conversation. It should be used for legendary stories, for um, something epic, bizarre, and unnatural. So, using it in such a purpose would eventually lead to misunderstandings, just as happened in this situation when Richard just thought about something inappropriate, and he was asking Jesus, what kind of rights are we talking about right now? Uh, about Bonnie, he's actually dead for a second. What are you talking about? So they had this little conversation, trying to bring. Francis was trying to bring this information as clear as possible, but it was quite hard. It wasn't the best decision to use Greek in such a purpose. And after that, we got just a more clear picture about all the situation with Mrs. Corcoran. She just actually was insulted by the situation of how newspapers decided to uh, take this information. They decided to portray Corcoran as somebody as alcoholic. They even
Corcoran's, да?
Corcorans as alcoholics because they not only said that Bonnie died because of alcohol, but as well they said that maybe alcohol addiction and other addictions are being passed through the generations. Uh, it was a great shame for Mrs. Corcoran and for her family, even when uh, all of his friends told that he wasn't big of alcoholic, and uh, when medical treatment said that there was no drugs and just a bit of alcohol in that. But yellow press wanted to get as much hype of this topic as they possibly could, and they did. And because of that, Honey was remembered at the Hampton history as somebody who, as an example of something that happens uh, thanks to alcohol and drugs and all of that stuff. This is it.
Хорошо,
The
Вик,
secret
давайте
history, the
заново.
secret history. Richard got two envelopes, one from Julian and the second one from Henry. At first, he opened Julian's envelope, and in that envelope, Julian said that he was really upset with the situation. He was really sad about the situation with Bonnie, and now he's moving to New York, uh, and he would not be able to take classes with them, provide classes for them because he was too depressed for that. He had quite a bad mood. So he decided to move to New York for some time. Uh, as well, he said that he wished wished the best for Richard and for everybody, and he hoped that they would be fine. And it's interesting that he moved to New York. We don't know yet what is this all about and why exactly New York. Even when Julian is afraid to move anywhere because of this little story with Princess, and why exactly New York, the town in which what is his name? Cloak, in which Cloak had some connections with drug dealers that could be connected with Bonnie. Anyways, there are a lot of things to think about, but for this moment, we know nothing about this. The only thing we know is that, as far as we know, Julian did not extract any useful. Oh no, actually he did, because Henry told that he have given all information about Cloak to police, so maybe Julian could get this information from them. Anyway, as well, he got a letter from Henry that told him to move himself to Corcoran's house. Of course, he can not he can not do this, but no, okay, he can decline this invitation, but it would make but it will make Corcoran's very unhappy. As well, he put there something in Greek. There was a passage that basically told that, well, I'm here like all alone. It's hard, but I'll do my best, and you should do the same. And basically, this is it. As well, they all of them were impressed by the fact that Cloak was invited to this party. Maybe it's connected with the fact that he was trying to protect Barney from his from information that from disinformation that he was taking drugs, or maybe just a gesture of culture. And as well, they invited two friends of Cloak. This is it. At first, they were surprised by the fact that Cloak got invitation, and he told two of his friends as well. But then they learned that actually a lot of people from Hampton was invited, many of whom Bunny didn't even know. For example, there was, or he knew barely. For example, there was Sonia. Bunny knew her a long time ago, and he had a crush on her, but she didn't love him back. So Sonia and our characters had some time together. It was actually a relief for them that there was something, there was a new person. They talked, joked, and after some time they got to this Corcoran's house, and they had a hard time looking for this, because there were a lot of mailboxes. It was really hard to find their house, and at some point Richard was even hoping that they wouldn't, and that all this would end uh, just like this. They would turn back and go back to Hamden. But they did found their house, and it was huge. Sonia was impressed by the the size of it, and this is it. Okay, so uh, they get to their house. It was big. They barely found it, and when door was opened, Richard was just by gestures and the kind of behavior, he was able to recognize that it was Bunny's dad. He jumped into Francis, hugged him, uh, was touching his hair, his head. After that, he went to other ones, and as well, he was talking about Sonia. At first, he said that she was pretty, and even asked other boys if they think the same. But after that, he started, maybe consciously or unconsciously, do some insults in her address, comparing her to one guy who steal a large sum of money, or in other by other means he was insulting her. But she was keeping well against that. She was denying all this false information because he didn't even know who was invited on this party. But he was impressed that she went all the way there on to participate in their funeral party. Anyway, after that, suddenly he uh, hugged her and started crying, burying his head into her neck. Sonia got white, and other uh, people around as well, because, well, it just seemed like situations that can cause some problems, because it's not really that fine to do something like that with a goal you don't know, and it just feels strange. Okay, uh, with the efforts of Francis and Richard, it was they were it was with the help of Francis and Richard, Mr. Corcoran was able to get to his house. He was letting his tears go down, and was crying about Bunny's death. At this point, Richard, for the first time, felt guilt about what they have done, and he was even about to apologize, but he got a sudden punch into his ankle bone from Francis. And well, I'm not sure what this is all about. No, I mean, of course, there is a punishment. Guilt is always part of each crime. It's part of each punishment. No, okay, not any punishment. Sometimes people don't feel guilty about that, but I don't think it's something unique, and there is really much of connection between a situation with Raskolnikov and with Richard right now. This is it.
Okay, so Richard was about to say something extra, but actually he did, but it could be taken in many different ways. So
Right after that, Francis kicked him in his ankle bone, um, and everything was fine. But suddenly, Richard felt really tired because uh, I guess Mr. Cochran was about to fall, and they had to hold him. Uh, Mr. Corcoran made some kind of serious face at for a second. Reader could have seen that Mr. Corcoran is going to uh, dig into these words of Richard about him being sorry, and maybe because Richard is worrying he won't be able to came up with something smart. But in reality, Mr. Corcoran was curious only about the situation with the dog who was biting his finger, and he uh, got this puppet out of the room, and after that he was talking with Richard. No, no, he was at first he was talking with everybody. He asked if somebody wants some beer. It's actually strange, and I mean, I'm not surprised knowing what kind of family they are, but just a few days before they were arguing about if their son is an alcoholic who died because of alcohol and drugs. And now Mr. Corcoran is not shy to offer beer to students whose classmate just died, maybe because of the alcohol. It's and when everyone is suspecting their family to be a family of alcoholic, it's just quite a bold decision. And Sonia and Francis agreed to accept this offer as well. Mr. Corcoran was doing his troll scene, talking with Richard about him being a Californian guy without his uh, without 10, and as well this scenes that how he was talking with Sonia. So probably yes, there are um, some details that Bunny took from his father, but I don't think that this um, he did this crime scene on purpose. I don't think he has any uh, that he noticed uh, anything in common between uh, Richard being sorry and Barney's death, and I don't think he was trying to joke on this topic, but his tears looked quite suspicious considering the fact that he was able to stop uh, in just a moment, as if he was preparing these tears as another scene, as another way of getting attention to his family. Everything's possible, but I can say for sure at this point, this is it. Okay, Sophie liked the look of their house. Mr. Corcoran sent her for that. Suddenly, your favorite word from Crime and Punishment, the door rang. Of course not. It was not door, but you know what I mean. And Mrs. Corcoran appeared. She called Henry because his guests have arrived. He didn't answer. He wasn't, in fact, in this room. After that, she went past our characters without saying anything to them or giving them glance or any other recognition of their existence. She answered the door. There was a young boy courier who brought some flowers, a bunch of flowers from someone. Mrs. Corcoran was angry with him about that because she said that she is going to take only home flowers and only good ones, only good presents, something that can be considered as something noble, and other things should just be thrown away or should be given to the funeral home. She was arguing with this young man, and Richard even felt pity for him about that. He was confused. He offered her a call to a manager, but she was not good enough with that. She was said to just throw them away. After that, he said uh, from who these flowers are. And we didn't get her reaction at this page, but we did get a reaction of Mr. Corcoran. He was glad to hear these names. It was some of his someone who he knows, and maybe I guess it would be quite in the mood of Mrs. Corcoran. Maybe after she heard these names, she will take these flowers because maybe it's someone noble or famous or something like that. In this case, she wouldn't care if it would be a mere flowers or something like that. I guess it would be quite within her character. And this is it. So basically what we can say from her is that she wants to feel this, she wants everyone to consider her to be a source of power or something like that. So she makes everybody to show her respect by giving a proper presence, and she doesn't care to give attention to guests, once again showing how she values her time and all of that stuff. And I guess this is it for this page. Okay, it was dinner time. They went up from the basement and started eating. There were a lot of interesting dishes, and Richard even found himself capable of recognizing some of them. They were exotic and tasty and great, so everyone was going here and there eating. But what's interesting, they were eating from paper plates. All guests were eating from paper plates. At the same time, Corcorans were eating from a normal ones. It another example of how they what they really think about these guests. Well, we want you to feel how rich and powerful we are, but at the same time, you folks need to know your place. Down there in the basement, eating from paper plates. So everywhere in both cases, we see how Corcorans treat themselves differently as someone upper who decided to go down to commoners and invited them, gave them uh, did them did them a favor by inviting them here, but at the same time, it's as if they want them to be reminded what their place here. Anyway, Richard was describing this place, this garden, and I don't think there are really a lot of interesting. No, I remembered there was interesting thing to talk about. It's about everyone looked almost the same as Barney, especially one of Corcoran's sons. It was the copy of Barney in any case, or at least in the question of his of the way how he looked, and Richard was even keen to talk with him to maybe do some kind of confession just to get rid of this feel of guilty and to get rid of the need to lie about the situation, but he didn't. After that, he was crossing the crowd, and he was looking for Henry. He was standing next to glass door and was looking at this garden. Both of them agreed that it was awful. Richard asked Henry why is he so pale. Okay, he didn't ask that, but I don't quite remember how they get to this point of conversation. But anyway, Henry is had run out of his drugs, and now he run out of his medicine, just to be more correct. And now he has to bear this pain, these problems without it, and he has no other choice. This is it. Okay, so Richard and Camilla decided to help Henry to find drugs so he could be able to live this day, uh, to overcome this day, so he could feel better. They took some medicine locked in the bathroom and was going through it. Camilla was offering some options, but Richard told her that it was not good enough. And he said that she needed to look for something after what you cannot drive, or other recommendation or other побочные эффекты. Side effects, incidental effects.
О, вообще рад нет слова.
Incidental, yeah. So she said that she needed to look for some medicine with incidental effects, such as forbidden of prohibition of driving after that. So basically, they were looking for some drugs that consist something that makes you not sober enough to be conscious, to be to act like a sober person. So they basically needed something powerful enough, and they was not able to find what they were looking for. And during this time, one person was knocking there a few times. When they opened it, opened the room, they found Cloak, and Cloak kind of was interested in the situation. What were Richard and Camilla doing locked in bathroom together? Because no, not only because he was interested in Camilla, but as well because he did not expect her to be such kind of a person to do something like that. But Richard, as a stupid person, like we know he is, he didn't give him a proper answer. I mean, it took, I don't know how many sentences for him to roll out of it, and even after that, he didn't say anything that would explain situation correctly. But for some reason, it was enough for Cloak. He showed. I mean, there's no problem to say that Henry has this illness of him. He is this headache, because headache. It has no connection with crimes or something like that. So it would just be easier to say that Henry needs help. But for some reason, Richard was not smart enough to do that. But anyway, he showed his medicine to Cloak. He was wondering what is it, and after the conversation, he said that, well, you can find some of this. You could take it from Corcoran's, Mrs. Corcoran's, but not now because there's a granny in her room right now. This is it. Okay, so basically, this passage is about chemistry in Corcoran's family. At first, it was a story about how Mr. Corcoran, all drunk, was talking nonsense while torturing Henry with his little punches, and Henry was eating it just like a well trained dog playing with a child. And it was a miracle that Henry was still on his legs. After that, one of Cochrane's old elder kids was doing some stuff with young ones, and in the process, when he was arguing and once again creating problems for this child, he threw his hand somewhere and accidentally give a good shot to Henry. His jaw dropped open and he was about to fall, but by some miracle he was able to stand to uh, continue his consciousness. And this is it. And at this time, Mr. Corcoran was just laughing at this situation. Okay, so Richard and Cloak went upstairs to Mrs. Corcoran's room, get some pills from there. Richard took some humble amount, but Cloak took way more, and he said that it would be fine because так тут после причины мы вроде не согласуем, да. Because Mrs. Corcoran will think that it's some of other guests, so it wouldn't
Daughters-in-law.
that it would that it was some daughters-in-law. Anyway, after that, Richard was looking for Henry, but on the way there, he found Francis all drunk, and he was in panic. He was high up some uproar. He said that Charles had stolen his keys from his car. Richard gave him information about. Richard gave him, had given him, because це тут смотрел. Yeah, просто Richard gave him information about Madeline and Charles. As well, he said about situation with Henry. Francis asked for some pills. Richard gave him some easy ones. And as well, he said that Charles was not drunk when actually he was. Anyway, after that, Richard said that he needed to hurry up. Consequence of tenses. He found Henry, gave him two pills. Henry asked for more. Richard said that it would kill him, but he put these pills into some box, and after that took his pocketed it. It's just a meme from Harry Potter. And as well, Henry asked for a drink, and Richard went to get one. He added more sodas than Henry asked, so he would have more chances to survive. So his stomach will have more chances to survive, to undertake this ordeal. This is it. Okay, so Richard called Camilla talking with somebody at 3:30 a.m. He asked her what is she talking about and with whom. Camilla was trying to put an actress of herself, and she was quite good at it. But in the end, Richard anyway got her to the wall and said that you should not, you should be careful actually, because clock is listening. Camilla said that he had not been able to hear anything, but Richard still asked her to be careful. After that, they stopped because they heard argue between Francis and Charles. It was about Charles who took Francis' car. It was clearly an awful action from his side, but he anyway wasn't trying to apologize or something like that. He was just saying that, well, you're not so you're not using your car humbly. Anyway, I saw you lefting it open under the rain. They were arguing if it's true or it is not. But anyway, this argument was basically pointless, and because Charles is clearly, it's not something that you should do. It's actually a criminal thing to do. After that, they Francis just started pushing him about what the reason of his travel. Anyway, he saw that it was about cigarettes, and he wanted to see them. uh, because he believed that they would be uh, wet, totally wet, but Charles didn't want
А
to show
может быть, Миш, это была отговорка? Может быть, сигареты была отговорка? Мы недавно слово отговорка учили.
pretext or it's
Мгм.
everything possible. But I believe that Francis really believes that Charles went for the cigarettes, but I think that he had some kind of important business. He needed to hide something. Maybe he had some mission about the one of these two deaths, or maybe he was I don't know, but probably there is something that he just don't want to talk about in front of everybody. But Francis does not get it, did not get it, and he's trying to torture him, to grill him. And after that, at the end, we just heard another story of how bad this place is for sleeping from Richard. This is it. Okay, I really don't have much to say about this passage, but it's certainly more than 1 minute. In general, it was about preparation and everybody's emotions and state they were in. Everyone was tired from guests, but on the other hand, Corcoran's seemed quite energetic, especially Mrs. Corcoran and children. And Mrs. Corcoran, as always, was demanding, but for this time she was trying to close her eye, to be blind about some scenes, because maybe she wanted to look more noble. Maybe she really had some tact in such situations. She gave her children some speech about what they should do in situation of in such situation when somebody dies. They need to remember everything good he have done for them, because he will be dead as long as they live. Between the lines, it means that, well, there is a big chance that she believes in something after the death. It means, it basically means, when you will die, maybe you will see him. That's what she's saying.
Ну да.
It's interesting detail, and as well, we saw another. We get another glance at Henry's tartar, how the, now he have to uh, hold the grave, not grave, tomb,
Это, наверное,
gr-
Пол Bearer, несущий гроб.
Paul, he's Paul Bearer, but he doesn't say anything. He once again, maybe he feels blame on himself and tries to get some part of redemption this way, but I don't know. And basically, this is it. Okay, our main heroes got into the church. They were not able at first find a place to sit, but at the end they managed to do that. But they found out that most of people just flew somewhere. What you maybe do, and they were lucky in this. Uh, it was a wise decision from their side, because this whole ceremony and all the speeches were extremely long and not that interesting at first. And it was a strange place, because in America, as I heard from LD, there is a mix up of all religions, in there, and it's really hard to say uh, which uh, what kind of uh, religion is this? I mean, is this Christianity or is it something else? There are traditions of many nationalities, and there is not really so much uh, ordering, and there is not so much subordination under some rules. Anyway, after that, uh, Julian said something about religion. After that, some coach gave inspirational speech about how good of a player Bunny was and how bad it is that he got early out of the game. After that, there was Henry himself, and nobody was careful listening to him because he was tired, he had no energy, and his speech was basically boring. And this is it. For some reason, Henry decided to choose Pam that was not as honorable as Corcoran's wanted him to choose, and instead, he uh, instead he chose a poem that Barney really liked. He learned it by heart um, back then in his school days, and he was often pronouncing it seriously when he was pronouncing it seriously when he was drunk and as a joke when he was sober. And we didn't really get reaction of people on this, and I was not able to find some deep meaning behind that, but basically it was telling about one guy who was left by everybody, as if I get it correct. And well, that's true about the situation with uh, Barney as well. But we didn't get reactions or reaction of concurrence. Anyway, uh, Richard felt really bad about that. He was is this whole situation with Barney's death really let him down, and he feels so much guilt about that. And on top of that, there was some awful noise that was flying in the air, and it appeared that actually it was not somebody's voice or crying as he thought at first, but it was a fly who was making cycles on top of their head, above their heads. And he found that actually Camilla and Charles and other ones did noticed this fly and they were after it. They were savage. And this moment when Richard was uh, fully devoted to this thought of awfulness of this situation, of how strongly this poem touched his nerves, uh, as if it was Bonnie who told that. It was really painful. But at the same time, Camilla was trying to kill this fly um, without anybody noticing, but she was not able because Charles did. He did it with a quick movement of his hand, using Bible as his tool for murder. There was a noise. There was a noise. The Pope, the head of this church, on the key point of ceremony, stopped for a second and then continued his speech. After the last man, he found that Francis and Charles was hurrying up somewhere, and they wasn't talking. They were not talking anything in the minor parts of the ceremony, but they talked to each other at the main part of it. At right after the end of it, they rushed into the men's room. Richard didn't know what it's all about, but he noticed that one of them uh, took out something from his pocket. It could be uh, a bottle of something or maybe something else, but this is it. That's where we ended our read. Okay, so I went outside, and it was quite a awful weather in the churchyard. It was there was a mug everywhere, and the sky was dark. It was quite a heavy atmosphere, and uh, but Camila looked nice. But at some point, when Richard wanted to come near her, her umbrella turned upside inside out, and she was unable to hold it for long, and it flew up to the sky and got catched by a tree. Camilla was crying. Her finger was cut, but and Richard gave her a handkerchief. He asked her, "Are you okay?" Asked her if she was okay. Uh, if she's a, uh, I mean, should we use consequence of tenses here? Probably. If she was okay.
Ну, оставим, да, was.
If she was okay, because тогда если бы получается. If she was okay.
Вот, нет, нет. Ага.
Okay. She said, "Oh no, my umbrella. It's my favorite one." And Rita remembered this very scene from this ravine when she, together with Henry, went down there to Bonnie to check if he was alive. And she got back. They asked, "Whoa, is he alive? Did everything work?" But she had a blank face, totally blank, is totally emotionless, and this is probably pretty much it. But now, when umbrella was broken, she's crying. She's so upset. Okay, maybe I was too dramatic when I said that she is crying about umbrella more than about Bonnie. I guess I want to apologize. It's not true. People, no, it doesn't mean that if she's crying, she has more emotions. So probably it's something on the same level because um, I shouldn't have such a judgment as this said. Okay, so Richard actually found out for himself that he was really glad that Julian was with them because he was uh, talked to a soul or something like that. I guess they're calling it in English. They using such words to describe a person who uh, just so light and enjoyable to talk with that it's really incredible. A great friend and all of that stuff. So Julian was able to find a way to confront with every person and to uh, really bring them joy talking to them. Even it worked even with Corcoran and even with Mrs. Corcoran, and it was quite funny because actually Julian hated Corcoran. He despised them, but uh, and had no respect. But uh, even with that, he was able to find a ways to please them with his speech. Anyways, they get to another place after the funeral. There were once again guests, but there was lack of food, and it's quite a hallmark of something that he's not going to end up well in such events. And well, young ones of cormorants, uh, cormorants. I'm just find that surnames of cormorant strike and cormorant is just quite alike. Anyway, what is important here is that young ones of cormorants were quite happy and active as if nothing happened. It didn't make them sad at all. They were playing around. And suddenly, your favorite word, of course, um, Mrs. Corcoran came in and she was sad. She was talking with somebody about police, but uh, then she realized that everyone is listening to her, that everyone is really interested, invested in the situation, and as a uh, graceful person she definitely is, she was able to avoid all this suspense by saying, oh no, you should not worry, it's a small thing. She was talking on the phone, as if I get her right, if I get the situation right, she was talking on the phone and she immediately started saying, oh, it's okay, it's okay. It's small thing, no one has any benefit of it but me, and there is no need for police. So we can say for sure there was something really interesting down right there. Maybe it's even connected with the death of Bonnie. But at this point, she's trying to make an expression that it's just a little steal. But by the way, maybe it's a steal of her drugs from that Richard and Cloak took have taken, or maybe this is something about Bonnie. Anyway, uh, and yeah, that would be a good. It would be anyway a good way to put that information, because she wouldn't want anyone to know that she takes drugs. Okay, and after that, Cloak and Henry just disappeared into nothingness. They get out of this funeral party. This is it. Okay, so they were talking with Julian about Henry, and Julian found Henry to be quite tired, more tired than he should be, and he even said that uh, Henry needed to visit a hospital because he's quite emotional person, and he had a strong connection with Bonnie, and there is a chance that uh, he will never recover from this, because all of them had no idea how good of friends they were, and only Julian, knows it. And why, at first glance, and probably in most likely is he definitely doesn't know what this is all about. Maybe Julian really doesn't know the situation, and maybe he saying this stuff with full seriousness, but as well there is a chance that he's saying this to see to examine their reaction, because maybe I guess he should be wondering what is wrong with them. Something is off, something was off, and maybe he's really putting this stuff this way so they would split something, because maybe they would be insulted by this, because he's trying to say that he knows Henry so well when if in fact he doesn't. Maybe by saying something so provocative as this, maybe he is trying to get some extra information. But well, after that uh, had to say goodbye to we had to said goodbye to Julian because author doesn't want us to get a lot of this character on the screen on the book page. After that, we got a glimpse of Richard's room. Uh, it looked as if he wasn't there for weeks, but actually, it did. Even a week didn't pass since his last night there, and he laid. Uh, he felt asleep, and he saw something strange. He was on different funeral of some famous artist, and mm, at some point he heard some noise. It was a baby noise. This baby was the one who they called to be a champ, and uh, he was sitting there on the floor and was trying to stand up, but he was not able. And at some point, he just laid on his back and was trying to uh, do movements with his hands, arms. He was just throwing some movements into the space, and Richard thought, "Oh no, how bad of a parents and people they are to left this poor little boy here. What if he would catch a cold or something even worse?" And well, you understand that Richard does value a life of a person. He uh, understand for himself that it does value something, and uh, it even it makes the situation with Bunny's death even harder to accept because Bunny was the same child, the same person who just wanted to live peacefully, but at some point they cut his line of life, and this is probably it. He woke up and because he uh, hit his head onto wall or onto his bed, and this is it. Okay, so Richard is finally home, and uh, now and Friday he went to some party, and there he overheard conversation of some girls. They were talking about poor boys in Greek club, and as a fact, one of them even started talking with Richard, and Richard liked this girl. He liked girls with such eyes as she had, but he decided to stop at flirting because he wanted to be home alone, even when he could invite him. Anyway, he got home and there was nobody. No, no, there was people, but there were not twins yet, as the fact they were going home late, and in most cases there was a gap between arrival first one of them and the second one in about an hour. And at some point, Richard asked Camila about Henry because he didn't see him since the funeral, and Camila said that he was fine. Um, Richard asked her where had she took this information, and after some thinking, Camila said that she took she had taken this information from the fact that she saw him today with her own eyes. He was still kind of ill, but better than he was on the funeral. And probably this is it. And about Francis, there was some information that he was quite generous with his clothes, and he gave some to Richard and to other people, and they were even wearing it until now. And now Francis bought some present for Henry. It was some book about pills, and Richard found it to be boring, but Francis said that it would be a kind of book that Henry would like. And Richard wanted to go with him to Richard, but Francis said that he was going to leave it under the door, and if Richard won't, he can he could uh, take it to Henry by himself in person. This is it. So Richard grabbed some snacks, went to his room, but he was uh, it was boring and he wanted to eat something, so he went to mini bar, but there was nothing interesting. Then he went to the real one, and there he started to talk about some probably it was friends of Bunny or his friends. I'm not sure who they are, but it's not really important. It was just to talk about how they were able to enjoy some games. And as well, he found Charles there. He uh, claimed his name, and Charles tuned, but only halfway. He was extremely drunk, and Richard asked him if Camilla knows that he was there, and he says that she doesn't, and Richard was trying to get him out of the bar, but there was no use, and Richard knew that if he would try to get him out, Charles, when he's drunk, he would only make situation worse. As well, Richard was not able to leave that place. He didn't want to leave Charles alone because there was a risk that he could split something out, because after the funeral, all of them were receiving some questions from strange people, obviously about Bunny's mother, about Bunny's death, because well, they don't know that it was a mother. But anyway, when you are sober, you can just easily avoid their question by pretending to be mourning and being so sad about this death, and just making this impression of a person who you cannot talk with. But when you're not sober, when you're drunk, it would be a lot harder. So Richard was not able to leave him there. After that, after all the story, he get to Julian's office, and there was Henry, and he looked way better. Still, there were some prints of his illness. For example, he lost about 10 or 15 pounds, which was not really that much for a person of his size, but still. And he looked way better. He said this to Henry, and they talked about something in Greek. And then Julian came in, and this is it. And there was a strong smell of tea. Okay, so Richard got to uh, Henry's home, and at this time, uh, Henry was gardening, doing some groundwork for tomatoes and cucumbers, as well as there were these plants that he got on the way back after killing Bunny, or before killing Bunny, was it he got that day, and he really planted it there for some reason. Maybe he decided to left some reminder for himself of this situation. What is this all about? Is he believes that he does not worth forgiveness, or maybe it's a reminder of some mistakes that he want to avoid in the future? I'm not sure, but anyway, these flowers were put there in the shadow part of the house, and they started talking about their plan in the summer. Henry decided to stay there all the summer, and Richard uh, is not was not sure, but he decided he wanted to take a apartment sitting job for a teacher who is going to visit England. The only thing he uh, will have to do is taking care of his flowers and dogs. And it was the center of Brooklyn, and this well, he had some uh, expectation about this town. He was excited about any town, especially Brooklyn, because there could be some interesting events. I'm like, I have no idea why he still so bored, and why he still needs more action in his life, even now, after all this madness. But well, he didn't learn his lesson probably. Okay, so Richard helped a bit to Henry, and after that went home as well. There was a small detail that because of the sunburns, a cross on the Henry's back appeared. What does it mean? Does it mean that maybe Henry's putting cross on himself as a good person, or maybe it's something else that author wants to say us? I'm not sure, but anyway, Henry got home. It was about to fall asleep, but he was called by a girl that is responsible for phone calls. It was Francis, and he was in panic. He said that he has a heart attack right now, and he needs immediate help. Richard didn't care. He was half asleep, and he didn't want to do anything. He asked him what he he wanted him to do, and all of that stuff. At the same time, this girl that was responsible for phone calls was staying near, and when she heard Francis wanting to get an ambulance, she was in panic. And Once again, Francis asked him, and he started explaining how he feeling, and how that he is quite sure that it was a heart attack. And well, probably Richard was about, well, if you're able to talk so much, you probably don't have a heart attack right now. But anyway, at some point, this girl took a phone from his hands and started examining Francis. She starts asking him questions about drugs and all of that stuff. But at the end, Francis finally, after all his attempts, uh, said, after all his attempts, made Richard go to help him. And well, that's interesting that Richard is really not shy to write something like this in his books, that how his friends would have died because of that, or at least he just would feel that he doesn't really have friends that are ready to help him in the necessary moment. But anyway, Richard got there, got Francis, asked him if he really wants to go to the hospital, and after some thinking, he decided to go there all the way to the hospital. He was smoking, and when they got there, Richard once again wanted to take him off from that, but well, but Francis was insulted by that. They went to the hospital, waited for about half an hour in line, and when finally it was the time, Francis decided to change his mind. He wanted to go out, but by shaming him, Richard made him go to doctor. And right after a few minutes, they invited Richard as well because Francis did not want to cooperate. He didn't. He wasn't allowing to touch him, take his blood, or measure his temperature, or something like that. There was no way to examine him. And well, Richard was really ashamed. There are some questions about drugs started to appear. Francis was insulted by this and all of that stuff. Doctors started to talk about maybe it was about possibilities that it was just anxiety attack, and well, at the end he gave him phone of the psycho doctor of the psychiatrist, and uh, but Francis was afraid to go to him because psychiatrists could find something about their deeds. This is it. So they were drinking somewhere, and suddenly some animal was in front of their car, and Richard stopped car immediately, and this animal ran away. They had no idea what kind of animal it was. Maybe it was a cat, maybe it was a deer. They were arguing what this was, but it wasn't really that important for them, at least. We have no idea why did it happen, and what uh, maybe it was some kind of another joke about Barney's new form or something like that. Anyway, Francis asked Richard to not to not tell anyone about that story, but he did. When he got drunk, he told Charles about that, and Charles was easing, making him feel easy, but he as well said that that it would be better for Henry to not hear about this story. Um, I have no idea what is this all about. Maybe it's just about another reason why uh, Francis is not as good of keepers secret, keeping secrets from other people. Maybe it would make Henry worry even more. Maybe he would be worrying about his friend who has some problems with his health. I don't know. Everything's possible. But after that, he started being a bit angry on Francis because he was making an impression of being a victim of this situation, even when Charles got most or more than he did. He got to deal with scopes, and he have had to talk with Marion every night. But anyway, this is it. Okay, they continued their conversation between Charles and Richard, and actually Charles started talking about something that he noticed that Richard was not listening to him carefully, and he wasn't paying a lot of attention. He started even blame him for that, that he is as if he has no right to drink and to be miserable, to draw, to um, drunk his all this sadness, because well Charles has more problems than Richard does, and that's why Richard has no right to drink like that. But anyway, they were stopped by Francis, who entered the room, and he invited them somewhere in the room when there were as well Camilla, Francis, Charles, and Richard. They were just sitting around. Richard spent quite a lot of time uh, writing about how beautiful Camilla was, how beautiful were her muscles, her open parts of her skin, how she was blinking, and all of that stuff. He really liked her as well. He started writing about the room, and the one scene that caught uh, his attention is mirror was a mirror, um, because it was the first scene that somebody seen when somebody seen when he entered the room, and now this large mirror was broken. It was and Richard said that it had been a funny story, that Francis or Charles, I'm not quite sure, when he was cleaning the room and cleaning the dust, he just fall on the ground right onto the mirror. And well, it was quite. I mean, no, this situation, very strange, wasn't really funny for me, but the play of word was funny. It was the mirror that this mirror didn't break. I hope you get it. Anyway, this it maybe it's once again we should say that well, broken mirror is not the best for sign for the future. Maybe it's some kind of analogy that their lives are cracking up, or maybe their friendships, or maybe that something bad is waiting for them in the future. Maybe it means that their lives was broken into pieces, and even if these parts didn't fall apart and is still holding there in a solid form, but there are still cracks. It cannot be fixed, and this story will create problems for them for the rest of their existence. Maybe that's what author wanted to say, but whatever. Okay, Richard and Charles got out of the carriage. Uh, Charles asked Richard for a favor. He wanted him uh, get get him. Uh, he said, "Could you do a little favor for me? Uh, I he wanted him to uh, take him he wanted him to uh, took him to the Francis, and but Richard interrupted him, and Charles even was ready to break the window to get into Francis' house. Uh, but Richard interrupted him. He said that he was not able to get Charles there because he had no car. As well, he was not able to use uh, Henry's car because that car was taken by Kurt. For some reason, they did not consider the opportunity to uh, use taxi to get to the Francis house. Probably this house is far away, But anyway, Charles wanted, that case, Charles wanted Richard to go uh, together with him to their house, to their house, Charles, Charles and Camille's.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Richard agreed, and he wanted to take a taxi, uh, but Charles interrupted him. He wanted to go uh, on his feet there, and it was a long
On
way
foot. On foot.
on his foot. Feet as a plural form, right? Um, it was about 3 miles, and Richard was extremely tired. Charles bought an ice cream, and this was it. Okay, Richard started this conversation about quarrel between Charles and Henry. It appeared that Charles had been frustrated by the fact how bossy Henry was, and by the fact that he always tells what to do, and Richard even noticed that for some reason they um, behave as he wants them to. Um, and the main problem of Charles was that not only Henry was bossy, but as well almost all his actions did not bring just all of his actions had not brought them anything good. Uh, it was all about creating problems. All this situation with Italy, the and as well, Charles told how much we found out about them. A lot of Henry's activities uh, had been really suspicious, especially his trip to Italy with Bunny. They spent an awful amount of money, and he was uh, calling just yeah, and he had been calling doctor to, to get some medicine, and his trip to South America, um, and so basically he told that FBA had thought that Henry is somehow connected with Cloak's drug business. But even with that in mind, they had not suspected him to uh, kill Bunny. It was just about drugs. But what saved him is that they were confused. They were not able to tie everything together, especially when it comes to Cloak. And as well, Henry had a lot of alibis. For example, when he was in South America, he had his father's house there, properties there, and so basically they thought that he knew more than he told, but they were not able to prove that. And Charles believes that he contacted with police way more, and that's uh, why his actions were so valuable. Charles remembered the time when uh, he with Richard paid a visit to one bar, and it was an awful one. And Charles started talking how bad this day was. As well, he revealed some information about how dangerous that night was. because in reality, in reality, uh, there was a big chance that they all would be caught on the next day. As a matter of fact, Henry himself believed that he would be caught at that day or on the next one. But thanks to Hampden School, uh, and as well Charles added that uh, they should be should have been grateful to Hampden School. And by the way, I wanna just put emphasis on this. Actually, he is not angry towards everybody. For example, he was grateful to Hampden School, and as well he is grateful to Richard. Not as much as he deserves, but still he has some praise towards Richard. Anyway, um, at that day he got this warning from Henry that uh, there was a good chance that he would be caught, and he and as well Henry asked Charles to not tell anybody, and because of that, Charles had to pay a lot of efforts to cover all of that. After that, Charles started to complain about Henry. Even more, he said that, and as well, he told a story about uh, what was his name? Cloak. He told that Cloak uh, got out of got out of the store with only 50 hours of community service works and some warning, and without really a lot of problems. The reason was uh, because and as well he said that uh, it had happened because their school had no intention of putting their reputation into mark even more, and because of that they had been ready to cover almost everything. After that, Charles started complaining about Henry even more. He told that uh, if it would be anyone but Henry on that place, that they would have half as much problems as they did. And he at the end he started almost crying, talking about how hard it was when he not only had to make up a convenient lie, but as well he had to look quiet and not worrying at all, even when he was afraid to drink a cup of coffee because there was a chance that he would split it up on himself. And what I want to tell, what's interesting there actually is uh, two ideas. Oh no, no, I will record it in the separate note. A few times before we were raising up the topic of does it really worth more than does this book really worth more than 500 pages? And there were a lot of things to say about why it is and why it's not, if it's interesting enough. But well, I wanna point at two reasons why it does worse that many pages. The first one, probably this book is not that much of about murder, but about consequences and the feelings of of people. Why was the reason to kill this person, and as well how this story changed their life. But it's quite obvious, nothing interesting really. But I just wanted to put it there. And the second reason is because of how much details author put into their common life. She has more freedom to work with time. For example, uh, right now we were right a few minutes before we were reading these pages when uh, Charles was complaining and he explained it how much of problems they had. And that's the thing. If we wouldn't have all these uh, ideas or all these stories in the bars, in some cafes, in their houses, their little quarrels, their um, times that they spend in Corcoran's house and all of that stuff, author wouldn't have that much freedom with working in time, because if he would want to change some events, he just wouldn't have anything to change. He would have had to he would have to tell these backstories from the beginning. But now, when we have a lot of details from Richard's point of view, there is bones on which we can put more details to uh, take a look on these events from different perspective. If we wouldn't have uh, that if we would have only one perspective, uh, we wouldn't be able to, if we wouldn't have these little moments that would be important later. Of course, we wouldn't get these breaks of of events. We wouldn't be able to change our point of view, because there wouldn't be anything to alter in the first place. Well, I just did a mess. I'm not sure if you get anything from what I'm saying, but this is it. Charles asked Richard where he was going to uh, spend his summer. He invited him, he proposed to him that he, he said to him that he could use Francis' house as his own one, and that he can spend his summer there if he wanted, if he wants them to post leave. Richard refused, but Richard turned him down, but said that maybe he would be there someday. Uh, and when they were going to Charles' home, Tracy was driving by, and she got them to Charles and Camilla's home. Camilla was not home at that point, and Richard still was tired, but he decided to snack something. He prepared a coffee for himself, and he was on the second pair of toasts at the moment when Camilla came back. She greeted everyone and she asked Richard if Charles was fine. Richard was... Что?
Да, ты согласовал время, молодец.
It's this. Richard was not able to understand the meaning of her words, but he answered. He satisfied her request with his solid, of course. I'm trying to show off a bit, but it's just a bit cringe. Что? Сейчас скоро. Так. And soon after, okay, Richard and Charles got to Charles' home thanks to Tracy, and at first there was no Camilla, and Richard was tired. He decided to snack a bit. He prepared a coffee for himself and was on the second pair of toasts at the moment when Camilla got inside the building. She greeted Richard, asked him if Charles was okay, and Richard satisfied her request with his, of course. She was a bit confused by that, but soon after, Charles appeared in their view of sign view. He said that he feels fabulous, and he leaned to Camilla to leaned close to her neck and was about to kiss her, but she turned her head and they kissed lips to lips, and it was not brother-like kiss, it was quite a greedy one, and as well Charles almost touched her breast. Richard, they left Richard speechless, and there was the scene that was the most interesting is that actually they said nothing about that, and they were not ashamed or something like that. It was as if it looked as if they are completely fine with this situation. And after a long pause, Charles finally broke the silence, and this is it, if I remember this correct. Okay, Francis told how bossy Charles is as well. He started talking about how poor he is, but soon after he realized that, well, he's talking with Richard. It's not the best topic to talk about, to rise, so he changed the topic. He started talking about the situation is some kind of Chinese restaurant with artificial water drop, and back then where they all were drunk, maybe not all of them, but Charles was, and Camilla was. Uh, and at some point, Charles found himself alone together with Camilla, and Camilla said, and together with Camilla, I wanna kiss with the boy of my dream, she said. They were both drunk, so they just got a bit carried away. And when Charles saw them, he got angry and he was about to drop kick Francis, but Bunny stopped him, and well, this is it. Yeah, and well, once again, it's worth mentioning that Charles, when he is drunk, is actually not that weak, and he's
Угу.
capable of doing some tricks. Yes. Richard went to Cloak to get some. No, he actually was going after Judy Puvi, but he ran into Cloak and wanted to get some aspirin, but Judy Puvi was out, somewhere out. They had a little talk with Cloak, and uh, Cloak actually offered him some of his cocaine, and Richard, using a $20 money list, uh, absorbed all of that floor, and when he was in the not in the condition of the right mind, Cloak as well started talking about different things. He started talking about Camila, but it was not the topic that Richard wanted to think about at the moment. He was really confused by the situation with Charles and Francis, especially with Francis' opinion on this whole situation. So he wanted to change this subject, but Cloak insisted. He started talking about her new place. At that point, he caught attention of Richard. He started asking questions. It appeared that twins were going to change their place of living, but Camilla was not willing to do that, so she moved somewhere else, and she's still in Hampton, but in other apartment, or maybe in some different place. Anyway, um, after that, uh, Cloak asked Rich about FBI agents. He asked if he was grilled by them. Richard uh, turned him down. Richard proved his opinion to be wrong, um, but uh, Cloak started talking about this whole situation, and Richard actually was interested because, well, there's always time to find some information that can save your life on the free streets, your free life on the streets, not in jail. And shortly saying, they were after Cloak, and they were trying to uh, beat some information out of him using some lie, and they were trying to convince him that it's only a matter of time when everything will be known, and it would be better for him to rat at his friends, and that he can be saved if he will tell the truth. As well, Cloak's father invited a lawyer for him, but it only created some problem because the lawyer was not able to understand what were they trying to uh, get out of him. Yes, сейчас скоро. Вот даже сейчас принесу. What were they trying to get out of him? Ладно, я в следующей части запишу. So even the lawyer was not able to understand what were they trying to get out of him. And as well, they started talking about other people who are in that zone of danger, and one of them was actually Henry. And in Cloak's opinion, Henry was the kind of guy who have never done something illegal, the one who even was given book to the libraries at the right time and never was blamed even for that. Well, just by judging the state of him or of his of Henry being so innocent, not never doing anything wrong, like taking drugs or I don't know, killing somebody twice. And well, just by this information, we can understand that he's kind of over the topic, so we cannot take his words clearly, but maybe we should take it into the consideration. Anyway, he told that Henry was trying to get suspicion out of him, even with the price of his friend's safety. He was writing at not only at Cloak but as well of on Richard, and he told that it was uh, true because he overheard some conversations, and as well uh, he doesn't know where they got Richard's name because they mentioned it twice, and Cloak did not mention Richard's name, but they got it from somewhere, and uh, Cloak believes that it happened thanks to Henry. And as well he stated that and as well Richard got an idea that maybe at that night when uh, Charles got him out of his room, Charles actually saved him by doing that because Henry was planning something, but uh, thanks to this night trip he was saved. This is it. Okay, Richard woke up in his room. He felt extremely awful. Felt as if he is about to vomit. He was as if he was about to vomit. As well, he heard some knocking at the door. It was Sophie. He opened the door. It forced him a lot of efforts. Sophie uh, was looking worried, and uh, she said that she had been worrying about him, and she uh, had thought that he could die because of alcohol poisoning. And Richard was really worried that he could have split something extra about Bonnie, but it appeared, but from her reaction, he said could have said that could had said he had been able to said that uh, he didn't said anything to her about the situation with Bonnie. Otherwise, she wouldn't uh, bring all this food to him and wouldn't be so nice to him. As well, he asked how what happened at the last night because he remembered nothing about that. He desperately was trying to remember if he uh, told something extra to anyone, but at the end of things, he was not able to do that. So Sophie gave him this information about how he got into that condition as well. A few times during these pages, we were reminded how awful he felt, and as well, he was wondering if uh, he slept with Sophie, and he even thought about asking that directly because he was really uh, interested in this. He didn't mind to for this to be true because he knew that she liked him, and well, it's kind of strange. I mean, he's just kind of strange of a person because at first I mean, at the same time, he likes a lot of people and he is willing to take drugs, alcohol, and sleep with a lot of people. And at the same time, he likes Camila and Sofia. And if he knows that Sophie likes him and he likes her, why isn't he trying to, I mean, start serious relationship and not try to do all that silly stuff? And as well, it's even funnier when you understand that this book was written by a woman, and well, I just don't know what to say about that. As well, Francis uh, led himself into the room and uh, he greeted Sophia. They take their time to talk with each other. After that, Francis came near to Richard and he, in Greek, told him that uh, something really serious happened. That he had some really important information. And Richard immediately saw that it could have been his fault. He could have done something wrong, and this is it for that page. Charles had some dreams about different things, including Bonnie, who was for a long time just sitting near his bed doing nothing, and as well some Greek mythology. What is this all about? Is it a crime and punishment reference about just being in this state of daze when somebody is unable to accept presence, accept reality, to came to one conclusion, when somebody can decide what he wants from himself, and when something is fighting inside the character, he sometimes feels sick. But in this case, Charles is literally drunk like hell, and he was sleeping in the cold night uh, without proper uh, clothes. So whatever. As well, Richard visited his Dr. Ronald, or whatever his name is. He stole some food and he slept there or something like that. I just a bit confused because of the events that is happening in the real life during my reading of these pages, listening of these pages, and recording these recordings. But anyway, I don't think it is really that important. I just will once again say that Richard is not shy to steal other people's food. Right now, he consider himself to be a maybe person of different caliber, or maybe he just doesn't care at this point. Um, as well, when he got back, he found out that Charles' temperature was at first 103 Fahrenheit degrees, which is about 39 and 4 Celsius, Celsius degrees. I'm not sure how to pronounce this. Okay, we will check that later. Uh, After that, it dropped to 100 evenly, and which is something about 37 and 7 degrees. Uh, as well, after that, it rised back. Richard was reading him some. At first, he wanted to read him some books, but he has none of that, and so they decided to play, but some games, and after they came to casino, and Charles was winning. There was some ridiculously proper details which was not really that necessary, so probably there was some meaning, but I really don't I really not into this card games, so it's hard for me to tell what author was trying to say with these card situations. Uh, uh, so Rachel decided to go to do the movie. She was at the same time peeling her nails, drinking cola, and watching drama all at the same time. And Richard asked her what to do, and she said that he needs to get him to the hospital, and she even gave him her car keys, which is, I mean, I just don't know why does she trust him so much, because well, it's like a lot of trust to give someone your keys in such a free way, or maybe she's so rich that she can just not care about such things, but whatever. Uh, and they got to the hospital. Author, for some reason, skips the part when they how they will go into this hospital, uh, because well, Charles for sure should have some complaints. Should have had maybe some complaints, but author skipped that. Maybe it is in the paper version of books, and it was cut only in the audio version. I don't know. This is it for that part, for this part. They finally got to the hospital, and Richard started portraying environment in the hospital, what kind of seats was there, and what kind of people were working, what kind of nurses, how they looked, was they in his taste, and all of that stuff. As well, he told that they were talking to Charles for only about 5 or 10 minutes, and after that, they wanted to talk to Richard. It appeared that Charles had uh, got some kind of bronchitis, but they cannot say for sure right now because he's dehydrated. He needs more water, and they needed to drop his temperature. Uh, so everything probably will be fine. And as well as they said that they needed to take some of his blood for analysis, and Richard left. He went to twins apartment. He got some books, clothes, some scenes for shaving. He put all of that stuff in the suit, and brought it to the hospital on the next day, or maybe on this evening. I'm not sure. On the next morning, Richard got a phone call from Charles about this stuff. Charles was grateful for uh, Richard's help, and as well, he asked him to get some new scenes for him, and it was some books, some bath clothes, bath robes, and as well, he wanted a bottle of scotch. to my surprise, Richard was not trying to stop him because, well, uh, кого выключить? Я выключу. I mean, it was kind of strange thing to get to bring to a person who barely escaped real problems because of alcohol, and Richard was going to bring him another bottle. It's strange. I thought he would be staying against that, but probably at this point he just doesn't care as much as he should. As well, he started talking about that he would need to borrow a car. Richard told him that he would pay for taxi. And I was just surprised that, well, really, because I mean, in my picture world, it's quite a big deal to ask somebody for a car. And well, I know the Richard is not rich at all, but for me, just about my, I just would feel weird if I would take a car from my friends all the time. And it's one scene from Henry because they're connected in quite a tight bonds. But from Judy Pooey and other people, it's just weird. I would feel uh, uncomfortable taking their cars so often as he does. And I would have probably paid for taxi anyway, even if it would mean that I would need to spare some money from food. But that's Richard, whatever. And as well, I want to comment on the topic of, are they really studying at least sometimes? Because Richard, if I remember clearly, at Saturday he commented that it was his first meal since Thursday. So Richard was drinking a lot at Thursday night. After that, he was sleeping for a whole day, and after that, he was doing all this stuff too. I mean, when do this? Are they studying 3 days a week, or how does it work? Because he wasn't in class for at least 4 days. I mean, he wasn't there at Thursday, at Friday, at Saturday, at Wednesday, and now probably it's Monday, and only now he's going, or he was there at Thursday, and after that he went to the party. But I just wondering what kind of schedule do they have. But this is it. Richard got to his Greek classes. There was no Camilla, but there was Henry and Francis. They were not looking at Richard. Richard explains that Charles is currently in the hospital to everyone, and he actually expected Julian to once again put his mask of caring person once again, when in reality he doesn't care and he believes us to be believed them to be overreacting. I mean, it just does, just common scene. Do you have any idea how much of this I have seen in Greek books? And this time, for some reason, Richard said that he was sensitive. Well, I mean, in my opinion, he was making a play once again, but whatever. He's a storyteller. I mean, it's just strange that at one hand we. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, I'll tell about that in the next note. Just remind me about. I want to tell something. Um, one interesting detail.
Мгм.
Um, so uh, he started talking about, can we visit him, if he could visit him, if they should send him some flowers or something else that he liked. um, as well, he started talking about food and how awful meals in hospital were. uh, as well, he told his story about this princess who got awful amount of flowers and first class dishes when she was in the hospital. Um, as well, he told that there was no need to talk about absence of Camilla. At first, everyone was stunned, but then Richard realized that he assumed that she uh, was near Francis at the moment, near Charles at the moment. And this is it for this page, probably. What caught my attention is how Richard acts as a storyteller, because in this case he assumed that Julian was honest with his feelings, even when from perspective of reader it looked as if he was overreacting, and as if he was putting this mask of caring when he was not. But at the same time, Richard told that probably he was honest at that moment. So here's my question. Uh, Sometimes here's my point. It would be more correct to say this way. Sometimes we see that reality of situation and Richard's thoughts are contradicting itself, and it's interesting because actually Richard is a storyteller and he often talks from his perspective, from uh, what he sees, but uh, it, it's interesting that sometimes he can say that that's what probably is happening, but at the same time he is portraying as a storyteller completely different situation. A lot of scenes that he didn't assumed, didn't found in his, didn't point at his thoughts, but they are still in the story, details about something between the lines, some details of people's action. So basically, what I'm trying to say is that I want to commend Richard for uh, keeping near to that time when story is present, in the time when story was present, because uh, even when he talks from his own perspective, he is still talks from the perspective of his own many years ago. And uh, I mean, if I would be on his place, it uh, just would be embarrassing for me to say something like that, because at that point he should know that he was not right at that moment, that he was tricked, or because he just made a mistake. But he's still talking from his perspective. He's not trying to say that at that moment I thought that it was something like that. No, he straightforwardly says, uh, just from his own person. He's just talking from his own person, just as if he's agree with all that stuff right now, even when he clearly is not. And as well, in the last retell, I forgot to mention the idea of Charles' death, because It just seemed that Francis and Henry didn't care about situation with Charles, or maybe they even cared by not in the positive key of the situation, because Charles is a lot of trouble. He's drunk a lot, and he drinks a lot, and he can split something, if you remember correctly, if I remember correctly, and I do. Um, in the last few pages, we saw how he was uh, talking about Bunny, who was sitting near him. And of course, it was Richard, and he didn't even say anything about this crime, but he was 100% sure that it was reality. What would happen if he would see the scene of crime in real life, and would he just tell this out loud to somebody? So it's just dangerous. He's dangerous, and maybe they weren't helping him because they were planning him to die, that, or maybe they even somehow were participating in that. Maybe they got him a strong alcohol or something like that, or I don't know. But there should be some reason why they. I mean, even if they are trying to put a blame on Richard, with this way of thinking, there would not be any point for them to not care about Charles and to not answer Richard's phone, because it would only make Richard uh, be aware and be uh, and trust them less. And well, this is it. Okay, Richard and Francis got to Charles' room, closed the curtain. Uh, Guests were not grateful to them about the situation, but they didn't really care. Charles was pissed off, and as well, it was hard for him to sit. Uh, he really liked that he got some flowers. Uh, Richard wanted to tell him that it was not from him. Richard wanted to tell Charles that it was not from him, but Francis stopped him with his warning look. As well, Richard saw that Charles would throw on himself on this bottle of alcohol, but Charles didn't. He hid it, and in a quiet way, so no one would notice. As well, he asked Francis a couple of questions about Camilla, and he was angry with her. He wanted to send her to hell, using his words. Uh, but he got no information, and they left this room. Francis said that Charles looked awful. Richard was hoping that Charles would get better, and after all that stuff, Richard got back to his room, and there was Camila sitting on his desk and reading book.
Деск или, может быть, сейчас.
Richard was lying on his bed, and after everything that he figured out for himself, he was really down about that. He was blaming himself. He saw some worms outside his room, and probably he was thinking about them, uh, about himself, as if he was one of them, nothing more special or worthy of respect. And it's quite a good example of uh, display what regrets do to a person, because if you will see this uh, scene from the perspective of rational size, if you will try to see this scene from perspective of whatever is would be really better for him, you will see that, well, maybe he should have been thinking about his future actions and about how he could change his situation for the better. But instead of that, he was spending time blaming himself, having all this negativity, letting it boil up inside him. And uh, it really won't help him with anything. He doesn't need to blame himself for to learn this lesson. It's more than enough to just take some to get some getaway to take away from this situation, to um, uh, just get the conclusion. So uh, what I'm trying to say here is that he doesn't have any gratitude, respect for himself for such a huge improvement, for such a growth in his uh, mentality, in his ability to think critically, to for his uh, success in figuring that out, for his opportunity to change things for better, to um, accepting himself to feel whatever he really feels, and instead of feeling gratitude for that and attempting to use this information, this honesty for him about his own actions and emotions, he uses all this energy to blame himself. And that's really a bad idea, I would say. And this is it for the episode in his room. After that, we saw Julian talking about Charles, and uh, Charles, ой, я не знаю, громковато на самом-то деле. Uh, and Julian had some fun talking to Charles, and uh, he even was joking about Charles, who was not able to find Camila. He saw that he thought that uh, Charles was just fooling around, that he was not able to think clearly because of some drugs that he was taking. And but Charles was angry with Julian about that. But this is it for the part that we have just read. At that day, Richard had to pay a visit to Francis. It was supposed to be later, but Richard uh, didn't want to be in his room because uh, it was a mess. He was in he cleared his room a few weeks ago, and his bed was a mess. There, Charles was sleeping there, and Richard falls this time, and he didn't change any um, leaning and in leaning. So he decided to went outside. It was awfully hot, and as well, he really was depressed that day. He was walking in different streets, and all he was thinking about is bad details. He was thinking about his awful
situation with pills. He was thinking about the weather. He ran a few times. He was running into one building, one structure, and it reminded him of a mechanism for hanging people. He uh, was preparing himself for worse. He maybe he was scared of his responsibilities that was put upon him for his actions, or maybe he wanted this to happen as quickly as possible so that he wouldn't be tortured by his expectations, by his um, fear of unknown. And sometimes he was seeing something harmless in this structure, and sometimes it was a deadly weapon. So as well, he was running out of pills. He really grew attached and addicted to them. He was not able to sleep without them. He was sleeping at the day and was walking on the streets at night. He didn't
Да
want to...
Смолкин нет, он не курил, Миш.
Чего нет? Я не говорил такого.
А Смолкин это что?
В каком контексте?
А вот только что. Ну,
He
ладно.
he was walking in the night.
Все.
Ну, не знаю, может, плохое произношение, не знаю. So he was running out of pills, but he didn't want to contact Cloak or any of his other friends because they were way too much of a trouble, but as well he was not able to get rid of these pills. As well, he remembered the story of the sidewalk he was walking on. This one was built by one rich man who invested a lot of money to create such a great structure, and after that and after some time he threw himself out of the window. So basically what we can say from this passage, we can say that all he sees now is scenes that is saddening him. He is capable of uncapable of taking things positively, to have gratitude for something, to he doesn't even try to change something. He doesn't try to get medical treatment. He doesn't try to fix his sleep behavior. He doesn't try to even think about possible solutions for his problems, for this whole story with Henry. He didn't even bother to check if his conclusion was true. And this is it for this part. Richard was walking past Henry's house and suddenly, unexpectedly, without any warning, he ran into Henry right in his house. What a coincidence! What a strange thing! I just was surprised that it really was not anticipated by Richard, but still, uh, it Henry was doing something there. He was washing something. At first, Richard thought that it was some uh, parts of the garden, some stones, some decorations, but he found out that actually he was washing roses. He was taking such a uh, detailed care of these plants. It was not it was not really the way how Richard uh, got used to think about Henry. And still, he was waiting some time. He thought that he would be invited, but he wasn't. So he let himself in and he started asking Henry about some stuff. Uh, Henry explained his behavior about his plans. And actually, Richard at some point found for himself that for the first time since their uh, meeting, he found Henry to be handsome, to be really good looking, and the way how he was acting, it was so natural, and actually he was kind of calm, and it just seemed like a completed puzzle, like something so natural that you can have joy just by looking at that, and that's what exactly Richard was doing. Why does it happen? I believe that it's and why Henry is so calm, why he has such a pleasant expressions on that were told by his behavior. I guess it's because finally he's allowing himself to do something that he likes and to uh, be in this state of meditation, to give himself a precious present of allowing himself to do nothing, nothing rationally useful, nothing that could bring some profit to him, to do something that he just likes to do, not because he, uh, not as a routine, not as a job, but as just flow, flow of action. And I guess that's what allowed him to relax, and that's what made him look this way. So even Richard found Henry to be better looking than he usually is. But anyway, after that, Richard asked about Camilla. Henry said that she was asleep and he didn't want to wake her up, to woke her up, to wake her up. Okay, and after that uh, and after that, it was the end of this page. Okay, Henry asked about Charles, and uh, Richard started to blame Henry for not paying enough attention for Charles' condition. He started to say how awfully ill he is and how Henry could ask Francis about that. And as well, there was some noises outside on the roof, but Henry did not pay attention. As well, he did not pay any attention to Richard's words, and it was making him angry for many reasons. At first, it's just something that people don't like. They want to be heard, to be understood by someone, to be mirrored by them. And when somebody ignores them, to know somebody does not share their emotions, it's already enough to make a person angrier. And as well, we cannot skip the part about Camilla, who is just somewhere nearby, and uh, it just looks more and more like that Henry and Camilla ha- are having some special relationship, and it as well makes Richard angry, but as well I'm sure it's about Charles. Because, Charles, just as Richard, is not one of uh, prime team of Henry, Francis, and Barney. He's as well the one uh, who became part of this group, not from the beginning, and he's as well poor. And when Henry shows that he does not care about Charles, it insults Richard because he understands that if something happens to him, their reaction would be not greater than that, maybe even poorer. And not only Henry, um, as Richard believes, and as it probably is, uh, manipulated Richard, but as well now Richard for himself got the idea that he doesn't care about Charles or him, and all of that makes Richard angrier. And but Henry doesn't care. He pays careful attention to these flowers. He touches every leaf. He makes everything as perfect as possible. Once again, he's enjoying that. It's the kind of way of spend his time how he can enjoy that. It's the time thanks to which he can say that he likes to live. But Richard cannot understand that. He he doesn't want to give him tools. He doesn't he after that he throws it on the ground and he almost yells at Henry. And Henry is not at first he was trying to ignore him, but after that he had to say that Richard was not reading the room. Julian took his time to uh, split the truth, and he wanted to see them fall into astonishment, and they did. But he followed up, saying that it probably was not from Edmund, because there was no date, no signature, and it was typewritten, which probably was not from Bunny because Bunny didn't know how to typewrite and he didn't have his own machine for that. He wanted to confirm that from us and from Richard and Francis, and they told that it's true, which it was not, because even when he didn't have his own typewrite machine, he still know how to typewrite, and he borrowed Francis and the one from the library. And the thing was, nobody really used typewrite machines for giving any documents to Julian, because it was really hard to get one with the Greek alphabet and it was hard to use one. So it had no sense, but for some reason they decided to lie, and probably because they didn't know what this mail told. Because if it would give Julian some extra information, they could easily say that, well, it was not from Barney, it's someone who decided to joke on us. So yeah, probably it's a good thing to lie. In this, it was good. It was smart choice in their circumstances to lie about that. But or maybe not, because Julian can still find this information if he would want that. He can ask that from Charles or from Henry without giving them explanation about the tales. So it's really dangerous to do such lies. I just That's another reason why I don't like to lie at all to myself or to anybody else. because it's so easy to catch someone, and it breaks your confidence, uh, especially when you lie to yourself. Uh, and as well, Julian told how bad it is, and he even wanted to go to uh, principals, but he didn't want to raise this topic about Bunny once again. So this is it. I forgot to mention some more details about this mail, because it was the mail was not checked from March, and it meant that it could be put there a day yesterday or a few months before. The scene was that there was no date, there was no postmark, there was no way to tell what it was all about. And as well, I forgot to mention that we with LD remembered that actually someone, it was mentioned somewhere in the book that someone either good with doing such scenes as false mails, or maybe someone did a false mail. I'm not sure. I just I have a feeling that maybe Henry was doing something like that. Maybe he was doing a false mail, uh, or he was planning maybe to uh, do a false mail for something to before they killed Bonnie. Maybe it was connected with this. They had a plan to kill Bonnie using some mushrooms, and uh, I have a feeling that maybe the false mail was made somewhere in that period, but I just don't remember exact details. We had a few discussions with LD about Richard as a writer, and uh, the basically saying LD believes that we need to that narrator is narrator, right? Okay, is narrator. So LD tells me that we need to take this narrator scene as that just a tool which was meant to for something, right? For the beginning of the book. But I just, and I want to keep that in mind all the time, because I believe that it is important. Why do I think so? Because if it's not, if everything that was written in this book is truth, and there was no misinterpretations from Richard's sides, if there was no lie, no hides, no uh, written tools for keeping suspense in the story, then what is the meaning of making Richard uh, no, a narrator, as a narrator? Because otherwise it would be perfectly okay to start the book from the main event, and then lead it from the perspective of main character. It would be perfectly fine. I don't think it would meet any problems. So my point is, if author did that for some reason, it it should be important, uh, and maybe we'll find something interesting if we would will look in this at this book from this perspective, from perspective of what reader as a character would want to tell us, and how would he want to present this story to us, what things he would want to hide or reform, and maybe it will lead give us some hints. This is it. Julian asked about Francis' opinion on this matter. Francis made some kind of joke about how unintelligent this person is, whoever wrote this. And as well as Richard and Francis were extremely worried about something. They were stunned about something. They told Julian that it was about uh, the fact that someone who wrote that was not had to change his typewrite machine or his pages or something like that. But the real problem was on the back of the next to last sheet, because on the back of this piece of paper there was quite big evidence. It was address of hotel in which Bonnie and Henry were. As well, there was some drawing of some castle and menu of this restaurant. And later, Henry told that he really regrets that decision of his because Bonnie asked him a lot about buying these papers for him, and Henry didn't take it seriously, and now they have a lot of problems because, as it seems right now, Bonnie just took some paper from Henry's table when they were in Italy and wrote the text on the clear side of the sheet. So uh, now it appeared to be a huge problem with such a that could be solved by such a cheap trick. And as well, Julian uh, told that he didn't even finish reading this mail, and he supposed that for now he believes that it was written by some another student. So what do I have to say? I have to say that I just wonder how it happened that Julian did not read this mail, because well, it's his dead student, and even when there are a lot of swears, it's still something that should be interesting, something that you don't see every day, right? So the only excuse that I can make up for him, that and the one that LD offered me, is that he just didn't have enough time. Maybe he got this letter 5 minutes before our characters came to him, and it just says how lucky they are. And by doing that, author uh, tries to make this feel of danger once again, just the same as was with the situation with when Light encountered Misora Naomi, and when other police person from police department opened his umbrella because of the snow, and he didn't see Light with Misora Naomi, and as well when the same situation when Raskolnikov barely escaped from that room when he committed murder. So using this situation, it just creates, it helps author create and gain more and get more emotions out of the reader. And this is it for this page, I guess. At first, they started talking about how awful the situation is, and that it's definitely some student who did something so disgraceful. As well, Richard was trying to take away Julian's attention, but he was not able because, well, his attempt was pathetic. He was trying to talk about the weather right? I guess there were better ways to draw his statue away because it was just way too suspicious. It seems that Julian did not um, suspect anything because of his attempt of Richard's attempt, but still, Francis was not able to steal this page that they were so interested in, and as well. I believe that he could just wake to go to the site and start um making an angry scene that how he could start saying how angry he at people who are doing something, or he could make a scene of tearing about Bunny's death. So there were better means of uh, traveling through this to solving this situation. Or maybe they were in his office, maybe he could ask Julian for something. Maybe he could say that, oh, by the way, I need can I borrow a pen or something like that. Or so to just draw him somewhere on the other plane. But all he came up with was weather, so it didn't work, obviously. They left this mail at Julian's office and left. We could see, not see, right, but um, they had quite an awful mood during this meal, and all they were talking about is this letter. And Francis was better at making the expression of not caring than Richard, but actually he was drinking a lot of wine that day and he was sweating. And this is it. Oh no, I as well want to talk about Julian. Julian, I believe in you. Please be the character I want you to be. Be this wise man who sees everyone through everyone, and that would be great. Maybe there's still chance that he is lying to them, and actually he just wants to see their reaction. Maybe he already knows that it was Bunny. Maybe he have read the whole text. Maybe he already noticed uh, the back side of this letter, and maybe he just toying with them, or maybe that's what it is, and the author just once again making suspense for us by these actions. And well, there are some positive sides as well, because a lot of them have regretted, including Richard. They have regretted that they would never share this information with Julian, and now they have such a great situation in which uh, will they could spill it out and ease their burden, but still it has a lot of risk in it. This is it. Richard and Francis and Julian were in a restaurant, were eating some food, drinking some alcohol. Julian still believed that this letter was fake, or at least that's what he told them. As well, um, they were really uh, worrying about this topic because it was really dangerous situation, because if he would find out about this hotel paper, he would learn that it probably was Bunny or someone who was closely connected to him. So um, they had to steal at least this piece of one piece of paper with watermark on it. And as well, there was a question not only how to do it, but um, what do they really need to do? Because if they would steal the whole envelope or the whole letter, of course it would be more safe from the term of information that was in there, but as well it would mean that Julian for sure would learn that someone purposely took this letter. Maybe he could think that it was someone who just do it on him or author of the letter, but the only people who knew that this letter was there is uh, Richard, Francis, and Julian, and of course there is a chance that someone who some cleaner just walked there and took the letter, but uh, they would have to get there somehow, and maybe they would need to break the door, and in these cases there would be some evidence, uh, some people who would see them being nearby at the moment, or some fingerprints or something like that. And it just really and as well, the most important thing is that he still read about some pages. I'm not sure how much have he read, but probably he have already read about the danger for Bunny's life. So it's as well, we don't know how much have he read, because if he have read a lot, and even if he still believes that it was not Bunny, after someone would steal this envelope, Julian still remembers this information, and uh, he can take this information more serious in this case. And so there are really a lot of things that they need to think about. So I believe it would be better to steal 1 or 2 pages, the ones that has this watermark, and the ones that talks about mother as a farmer, and the one that told his name. And by the way, there is still a chance that Bunny misspelled the name of this farmer, but still he uh, wrote about this place, so they would probably need to steal 2 pages. In perfect scenario, of course, they could just replace it with something another, but it will be hard to accomplish, right? So Francis was trying to phone Henry, but he was not able. Richard understood that actually he should go to Francis' car, he take his keys, and go to the office to take it by himself. And yeah, as well, I forgot to mention that, well, we don't really know if his office was locked, but probably it is, because, well, it's school. And in this case, they would have to break the door or take keys from somewhere. So there are really a lot of things to talk about, but in the end, they did not succeed, and they left with uh, uh, quite a long pause. This is it. Okay, there was not really that much information, and basically, Francis was extremely worried about the situation. He wanted to run somewhere from these responsibilities. He just wanted these scenes and problems to end quickly. And Richard was trying to calm him down. Richard offered an option for solving this problem. He believed that Henry could have keys to the Julian's office, so they decided to find... Что ты так смотришь? Хорошо, я тебя пущу на землю сейчас. Да. To find Henry and make some excuse to take Julian out of the office, and then steal the envelope. However, it was not that easy because they were not able to find Henry anywhere. And this is it for this page. Basically, on this page, our characters were just discussing what can happen between Richard and Julian, and if there was any point of even trying to steal this envelope, because at first they just hoped that Henry would make all the work for them, but then uh, they started swaying because there there is a real chance that Julian could understand them. I mean, from all people has the best chances for that, and especially for Richard, it's true because he trusts Julian like nobody, to no one. Just remember how have he portrayed conversations with him, especially the last one before they found out about this envelope, how he told that it was great to talk with Julian every now and then, is how relaxing it is, how um, it's great, how it makes him feel safe and all of that stuff. So for Richard, he is truly a person that is more important than even his parents, and he believes that he would understand them. But there is a slight problem, just a tiny one, Bonnie, because uh, uh, of course, maybe he would understand them killing this farmer, because he's a Greek guy. It's fine, daily stuff, nothing special, just murdering a person, doing some ritual stuff. It's okay. Uh, as well, you could say that they can skip the part about uh, murdering Bonnie, but it just would be awkward and it would be hard to hide them of these details after that, because Bonnie wrote in his letters that they were after his life. Of course, there could be a chance that he was just worried, he was drunk, and he makes this all up, and because of his mental state, he just felt accidentally of this ravine, in this ravine. But still, there would be some doubts about that as well. They can say that they have done all of that stuff just for Julian, that they were worrying about that. Maybe they felt bad about creating this amount of problems for Julian, because Julian already told them that he won't be able to work with 6 people. It would be too much for him, and they were so worried about Julian overworking himself, and they had such strong guilt that they, together with Barney, decided to do the only moves that could solve all of their problems, to shorten their amounts down to 5. And it was really honor action from Barney's side. But there would be a chance that Julian could have some doubts about that, even if it was a truth. Anyway, uh, if it would be up to me, I would say that even with Bonnie, there's still a chance that he would embrace the truth, and he would keep their secret. But it's still a threat. There still is a chance of failure. This is it. Richard and Francis started arguing about the reaction of Julian because for uh, Richard, Julian was truly a parent figure, the only one, and if he could trust anyone, if he should explain it to anyone, Julian would be the person to whom it would be the easiest to explain all this scene and all these events. And there was even a big chance that Julian, as well as them, uh, will take would take it as some interesting experience, even if it was horrifying, but as something that happened and as something that they should not be blaming each other for, but uh, something that they could just take as their another experience of their life and something that is uh, so precious that it should not be forgotten or denied. It's something that should not be forgotten, but something that should be analyzed and something that could become the material for their future development. Uh, but as well, Francis remembered this passage about Hindus, basically told that if Hindu that person was to kill thousand men and feel no guilt, then he is still saint, and he has no he did not make any sin if uh, he has no guilt, he felt no guilt about that. And this is it for this part. Basically, what we can get from this information, maybe Francis is trying to say that for Julian, there are a lot of other scenes that are way more important than uh, the rules of modern world, about modern people, about doing crimes. Maybe he has different values and maybe just the same as he told them about this Hindus trip. So maybe they, after all, has some chances for survival, and as well, I have a series that from all people in their group, Henry at the moment has the best chances to feel no guilt about his actions if he truly was able to accept his experiences and his present state as it is. But we don't know this yet because from what we saw and that scene, he still has a doubt on himself. So this is it. So Richard and Henry left Julian's office. Henry stopped near the window and with blank eyes was looking out of the window. Richard didn't spare any time to talk with him. They were not talking at all, they were avoiding eye contact. So Richard went out to Francis. It took him a long time to say anything, but in the end he said that Julian saw the head letter, but the letter now is in Henry's arms. Francis was really glad. He asked if Julian going to say anyone, and if now everything would if everything is fine now. Richard answered that Julian was not going to say anyone, would not tell anyone, but uh, he was not sure about, but Richard, that he, Richard, was not sure about everything being right.
Мгм.
And this is it. And another thing that I want to add is about Julian. Well, I'm not really pleased probably with this situation because uh, I really wanted Julian to find out himself using his mind, but in reality, he found out about everything just by accident. And maybe it's realistic. People like Julian, and maybe actually that's great. Maybe it's me who was blind and I just wanted to see Julian as someone really smart and all of that stuff who see people through. But the thing is, uh, Julian view of world is really narrow. He lack
Мгм.
he's not open to new experience. He uh, he's not ready to embrace the real world. He denies it. He denies reality. He denies his own qualities. He denies qualities of his pupils, disciplines, and
Disciples.
disciples. And as a result, he was not able to see a thing. So maybe that's how it should be. So maybe it's actually good. Maybe author really was trying to break this trope of such a dark character to be manipulative and smart and so great at reading people. Maybe she just wanted to tell that, well, it's not about that. Such people are just obsessed their with the way how they look, the way how they talk, and just this just with this mask that they created to themselves. But in reality, they are just limited in their understanding of words because of all this their beliefs. Maybe this is it.
Richard on this page remembered some occasions uh, that happened between Julian and other famous people. One of them uh, saw Julian as someone who, at first glance, could seem like someone warm and sensitive, but in reality, uh, he appears to be someone cold who who hides all of that under his mask and refuses to see everything as in its true form. And the other one told that Julian will never be a great scholar, the first class one, because even with all his efforts, he is blind towards some things that he doesn't want to uh, see. He uh, concentrated on really narrow topics, and Richard was angry with this man. He told that there there was nothing bad about concentrating on two greatest topics such as beauty and terror and all of that stuff. And this man answered that there actually was a lot of problems with that because he told that if one ignores some uh, um, some topics that were as important as the ones one found to be interesting. It narrows his sign, and even such a great sin as beauty values nothing, valued nothing when we take it out of the context. And that's it for this page. Or maybe I should also add some thoughts about Julian and his type of personality. I have read about some philosophers who are who choose some interesting strategies of avoiding people. Uh, they feel maybe that's this type of philosophers whose parents were praising them only for their achievements, and because of that they they're unconsciously suppressing their own emotions and decisions, wishes, and they're pretending to be ones who people around them want them to see. But as well, mm, there are also narcissists, the silent ones, who doesn't roar about their greatness. They're quiet. But they are manipulative, and they are great in simulating emotions, and they feel their power not by belittling those around them, but by controlling them and by uh, may, making these scenes that people are waiting for them to happen, and they can seem warm and charm and sensitive, but in reality, the only thing that they feel towards people around them is coldness and indifference. And maybe that is what Julian actually is. This is it. Charles was released out of the hospital. At first, Francis wanted him to go to his place, but Charles insisted on going back home. Mm. As well, he looked very pale, and uh, he definitely lost a few kilos there. He was stressed, he was angry with everything. And Francis and Richard were truly worried about him. They wanted him to eat, so they made him go to some beer cafe.
Нет, нет, это была Bloody Mary. Это, ну, спиртной напиток, который, ну, как бы является,
Beer.
как же это
Окей,
называется?
я просто сказал beer кафе, типа пивное кафе.
Все. Кафей, кафей.
Cafe, okay. So, their waiter asked him to take a place on which they, less than 24 hours ago, had a conversation with Julian. It was a rough joke of destiny, but whatever. Charles ate nothing and drank 8 glasses of some alcohol. Francis ate something, but but he had to help Charles to help Charles uh, get into his car,
Мгм.
and all of them
went to Greek class. Actually, Richard was not planning to do that, but he did for some reason. They were Henry and Camilla decided to go there separately just in case if Charles would appear, which he did not do. And Henry was not going to talk with anybody, with anyone at first. But when the topic about Julian being late appeared, he started to speak. This is it. And he told that Julian was not going to appear. This is it. We would
Да,
not
да, да.
appear.
Вот это
Давайте так.
Мгм. Да, вот тут мы
Everyone was wondering where Julian was, and suddenly Henry told that Julian was not going to um, appear on this lesson. Suddenly, one dean opened the door and with such a pleasure and sarcasm started his uh, joking time about the situation with Julian, about his sand place, about this church of Greek and all that stuff, about this sand place to which such a mortal being as him was not able to step into, and all of that stuff. As well, he told one story how Julian made one polite, from his words, woman go away, and he threatened uh, the school that he would go away if they would not move her out. As well, he continued his joking, and when Camilla finally asked him about his purpose there, he told that he brought some news. He had brought some news, and Julian left their school for a large amount of time, and that this Greek group are were going to get a lot of troubles because of the situation and examinations. This is it. Situation was explained to Charles, and he was not quite okay with that. He believed Henry to be responsible for the situation with Julian, and we didn't get to know that because Charles just was pissed and let himself out of this room. And after that, we just jumped into Richard's room and his inner thoughts about that problem, because it appeared to him that he had to face two more terms of loaning, and he had no means of surviving this time. He had no money. He wouldn't get any money from his parents. He was not considering the opportunity to take any money from his classmates, and as well he had some I'm not sure how to call it. Maybe it was envy, maybe it was just frustration about him being alone in that situation, because all of them did not care. However, actually, well, Camila probably had some help from Henry's side, but Charles actually was not that rich, so I guess it would be a problem for him actually. So, but from all the people that were in the room, nobody was caring about that because Charles was just caring about something else at that point, and Henry and Francis just was not in the right state of mind. They were just it wasn't a problem for them. Um, but for Richard, it was. He already found out that he had no place to live in, and he had no money to pay for his education and for food, for literally everything. So he started considering different options, such as asking for some financial aid from some office, and he was just walking um, forward and backward in his room. He was just walking around his room, and he was falling into frustration. He was thinking about all the things that he could have done better. He understood that he had no educational um, achievements, and it was a real problem. And he had no great knowledge to be proud of. So he still got all his uh, awards that he had, hoping that, and he had some hope that they will give him some benefits. But we didn't get to
Have
know.
или had hope? Has hope. Has hope.
He had some.
Had.
Had.
Тогда надо согласовать. If
If okay, I just forgot some.
if he would. Тогда.
I just forgot the
А да
sentence.
заново тогда скажи.
Okay, he uh, gathered all the awards that he had. He had some hopes that uh, he would get any at least some benefits.
Would.
He would get any benefits from thanks to these awards, but the chances were low, and we didn't get to know the result of his labor because that's the end of this page.
Вот ты знаешь, я
Richard came to Julian's office, but there was nothing from Julian's scenes except curtain and some stuff from Bonnie. So there was no tables, no carpets, nor that amazing smell and atmosphere. Everything gone, has gone. Uh, Henry, Henry, Francis, and Camilla were already there. There was no Charles, and the new teacher was there. He was about 30. He was in his 30s, had some stuff around him. He smelled like a person who just shaved, and he was nothing like Julian. Nothing. There was no magic, no charm in him. As well, he greeted Richard in some cringy way, just as if he reads it from dictionary or something like that. And it was humiliating, and he started his class. He started to explain the one name of one god, and he started to explain them how to remember this name by using examples from different literature. For them, it was humiliating because there was no need for that. Their level of Greek was far beyond this teacher's imagination, and by giving them such pathetic lessons, he just was humiliating them and their memory about their past Greek lessons. Because this guy was not great in Greek. He only read Bible, he only went to seminar, and for them he was just a child who is currently learning how to walk on his legs. And when they found, and Charles came 20 minutes late, and once again this teacher greeted him in this cringe way, word by word, and he started explaining the same scenes in the same stupid way. When the lesson was over, everyone in a silent way just left that room. Henry doesn't want to participate in this, and Charles is pissed off about that. He started swearing, and Henry doesn't like that, and he told that to Charles, and Charles started growing more and more angry because Henry has more freedom than he does, than Charles does, and as well he's angry with Henry because of Camilla. And this is it for this part. The Secret History number 96. So Richard is witnessing this war between Henry and Charles, and he felt so weak, and he had no idea how to take over control over the situation and what kind of consequences it could lead to. And because of that, he remembered his childhood and the way how he was grown up. He was beaten a lot together with his mother by by his father. His father was beating him and his mother, and mainly with no good reason. I don't say that there is a good reason to beat a woman or child, but he wasn't even try to make up any good. It was something like of staring somewhere not as the right place, or just the smallest scenes that does not even worth being raising your voice at somebody for, but even with that in mind he was beating them, and somehow as a child Richard believed that his behavior was justified. He believed his father to be a lawgiver, and but one day he saw how his mother, in the most polite and kind way, corrected him about some addition to their house and their neighbors. Um, there was not really that much details, but after that, his father beat his mother, and what the most awful in this situation was that after that he did not feel any guilt. He claimed that she provoked him by saying something like that. She between the lines told that he's incompetent as finance giver or something like that. And at that moment, Richard understood that it was not that. His father was not their protector or someone who could be right. He was just an awful person. And all these punishments, all this aggression was just a consequence of his temper, nothing more than that. So he was standing there and was trying to come up with something that could save them from disaster, to which they were leading towards, because of the way how their group was tearing apart. This is it. Everything is happening in Francis' apartment. Camilla is there before Richard. Richard came in, Camilla was crying. It was the second time when Richard saw her do that, and this time it was more seriously. She was in a doom, and um, it looked like she was crying for a long time, and her eyes were just hollow and lifeless. It took dear time to grill some information from her, but it appeared that the three of them went to lawyer, and before court, Henry just decided that lawyer would raise their chances of success. And at first, everything was fine, but lawyer touched some subject that made Charles be angry with Henry. He started swearing, and he even told that he didn't care about his future, that could be in jail, or about that car, or about Henry. As a matter of fact, he told that he wanted Henry to be dead. Lawyer throws them away out of his office. Everyone was paying attention to this. And after that, Charles flew away, and Henry as well. Henry was so angry that there was no use to no use trying to talk with him or get some options. And now Richard, Camilla, and Francis are trying to to find some way out of this situation, because not only it would lead Charles into sober agency, and it could lead Henry to losing his license, or maybe even being in jail in worst case scenario. But not only that, but as well, there could be some troubles about spilling some extra information, because in the kind of mood Charles is right now, he could say something extra about Charles or this man in from newspapers, and it's just really dangerous. So at first, Francis wanted to actually, this page was a whole page was about that. They decided that Charles has no need to appear in court. It would be better anyway, and Henry would just not get his car back, and that would be it. So at first, Francis wanted Charles to go to New York to his relatives.
Relatives это когда не мать, а мать все-таки она ж мать. Родственники это родственники, а parents это, ну, там же
Okay, parents. Okay.
Parents. Хотя там этот второй parent,
I
родитель
mean,
номер два, был его ровесник.
Okay, what's the emphasis? What is the right emphasis? Relatives or relatives?
Если это родственники, то relatives.
Okay, relatives. But Camilla shot this idea down because it would be hard to get Charles there, and it would create some problems to his parents. So they decided to throw Charles into the country, get a party there. It will be hard for Francis to get to the nearest road, and the three of them, Richard, Francis, and Charles, can just plan some time there with champagne, and it would take them only a few weeks. After that, they can let Charles do whatever he wants. This is it. So here they are, Richard, Francis, and Charles in in Francis' country house, and actually they don't see an awful lot of Charles for the last time during the last 36 hours. And most of the time, all Charles is doing is sitting next to window, waiting for his death penalty in the embodiment of Henry. Maybe not death penalty, but uh, his death in the embodiment of Henry. And Francis doesn't do much as well. He just takes care of this kitten. And actually, it's interesting that Charles doesn't pay much of attention to this cat, just as if it's as if author is trying to say that uh, Charles doesn't really care about himself. I mean, he cares about himself, but he doesn't want to take responsibility to ease himself. He's not trying to become happier, to ease his worry, to embrace himself or something like that. No, he's just leaving himself behind, locking himself in some room all alone. He's not trying to talk with anyone, to just spend time in a happy way. He's not trying to um, change his mind, to ease the situation. All he's doing is just being alone, just the same as this kitten. But I'm not sure if that's what author was trying to tell. Anyway, Richard finally, for the first time in the last in the many pages, he is doing some studying. Okay, actually, it was not really that long ago, but I still appreciate when author pointing at the fact that sometimes they learn. But of course, Richard was not able to learn peacefully. He immediately got a call from Henry. Henry was looking for Charles or at least Francis, and Richard brought up this talk about sleeping pills, and um, not only Henry was trying to, I mean, Henry's excuse was about Charles stealing these pills from him, but the way how fast he found out about these pills, sleeping pills, which, well, quite wide topic, it would be really hard to uh, find out about this exact pills, but somehow he does it in no time, and it's quite suspicious. And just by this fact alone, we can say that he was hoping to do something awful using these pills. And this is it for this page. At first, Francis was aiming for doing nothing, but Richard convinced him to go looking for Charles. And they had no idea where to look, so at first they paid a visit to many bars and stores with alcohol,
Парковки.
some truck park slots, but they were not able to find Charles or this truck. At one store, they heard a story that there was a robber who murdered, who painted uh, walls of the store with someone's brain. And after that, Francis and Richard left that place. And They were wondering what will happen about the track. Francis told that this worker won't do anything before telling Francis. And well, actually, I see a reason. When this worker told about the truck, he, I mean, we have no audio, we didn't hear audio, but for me, he looked quite quiet about that. I mean, he was not panicking. He was not trying to do anything, and I do see a reason because it's Francis' friend, and the thing is that maybe it would be for the better if this truck would be stolen because Francis is kind of a rich person and this is Francis' friend, so maybe they would be able to get a lot of money from him for covering up the story. So I think they do have some time, but it will turn out to be a lot of problems. This is it. They decided to visit that inn in which they used that in which they tricked one keeper, and there was a big chance that they would get in trouble because of this visit. But there was no one there, and uh, because of that, they quickly lured into a sort of lore and paid a visit to Camilla. Camilla let them in. There was Henry inside. They were eating. Henry was not uh, glad to see them, and there was such tempting dishes on their tables. This limbs of some. There was some meat parts, right, and it looked really seducing to Richard. He was paying close attention to them, so Camilla just passed a plate to him during the time while Richard was eating Camilla's food and wine as well. Francis was explaining the situation, and when I thought that Henry will be angry with them, he was not. He did not care that much. I mean, he was not show. He wasn't showing much over stress or anger. He was just taking care of his food. Anger, you're right. He was just taking care of his food, and after that he asked about the price of truck, but Francis did not want to want did not want to buy this truck, and Richard was wondering if they had to uh, go look for Francis, and as well, Henry wanted to hire a private nurse to take care of Charles, and this is pretty much. But as well, we should mention how Camilla was feeling about that situation. She kind of took this personal. She thought that they were going to kidnap Charles, and well, it was not that far away from reality. I mean, I don't know what will happen, but I already know it, right? It's Henry who are we talking about, and as well, maybe she thought that she will have this responsibility to be laid on her. But let's see. This is it. So Henry was throwing his ways of solution. It was quite a common one, such as calling police, murdering Charles, maybe just looking for him in the hospital or something like that. Just a common Henry stuff, nothing new. But his idea of murdering or just killing or making him disappear from the face of the earth, I it's really hard for me to find ways to do that other than killing him. But who knows? Henry is quite artistic person. He can do some unexpected stuff. Uh, but anyway, Camilla was not happy to hear such words from person uh, who is being so close to her and who she trusts that much. And it's quite a weird stuff to say in front of, especially in front of Camilla, from Henry's perspective. I'm just curious what is crossing his mind because I mean I really don't see a clear way how he could turn this phrase into something legal, right? It's clearly something about a murder, the murder, and if he really cared much about his relationship with Camila, maybe he would at least try to make her just to just let her be out of that business. But he's saying this out loud just in front of her. Anyway, suddenly she felt relieved after some wild knocking at the door. She shouted that it was Charles. The door was not closed, so Charles let himself in. He was drunk. Emily was trying to talk with him, but well, he had a gun and he was drunk. He made Camilla go out of the way, and he rushed to Henry. And the thing is that Henry was sitting there, just quiet, without any worry, not worrying about something. He, quote unquote, told, "Are you here to kill me?" And Charles agreed, yeah, of course, buddy, don't worry. It's the only thing that crossing my mind. Uh, you already had your final meal. Everything's fine. By the way, it's really fun how much effort Henry put into finishing his dish, even with all this stuff happening around. Maybe it's really going to be his final meal. But anyway, Richard was stunned by that, as well as all other people, and he remembered how good of a shot Francis was, Charles was, and even when he is drunk, and it's just interesting to compare these scenes to this this scene to to the first mention of gunfire in this book when Henry accidentally killed a duck, and because all of them were so upset that they stopped using it at all. And now they are able to talk about murdering so easily, both Charles and Henry. It's quite a change in such a short period of time. And that's it for this page. Let's see on the will Henry be alive, and what will happen, because at this point I don't see a clear way how both of them will survive. I mean, of course, it can be solved by police, but in this case, Richard will be in jail as well. And as far as I know, he was not there, or maybe he did not wrote about this in his book. But let's see. This is for this page. Он научился ценить некоторые вещи в жизни и
Научился, наверное, медитировать,
да,
жить текущим моментом,
да.
забирать
Все это,
чему
я
радоваться.
точно помню, об этом было сказано в первом.
Точно, ты мог говорить о медитации тогда,
Да,
да?
я просто сейчас хочу чуть-чуть в другой теме затронуть. Не, сейчас я вообще подвожу вас к мему. Так что вот представьте, что это триумф персонажа. Он понял, это триумф его принципов,
Ага.
и он понял, ради чего стоит жизнь. Он понял философию Джулиана, философию красоты и ужаса, да? Вот это его пик. Но потом, ну согласитесь, это скучно. Человек не может просто взять, осознать какую-то истину. Ну, скажем, я поехал на чемпионат, и вот много интересного там было сказано в последней записке, да. Я это осознал. Но этого было недостаточно, чтобы изменить меня полностью, чтобы придерживаться всех этих принципов. Вот тут то же самое в Генри. Он все это осознал, но он был слишком слаб. В момент опасности, в момент, когда Джулиан обличил его, Генри поддался панике, он начал стыдиться, он начал бояться, он пытался оправдаться за свои поступки. А теперь представьте, ну, на секунду, а вдруг все-таки Джулиан уехал не потому, что он побоялся жестокости, а потому что ему стало стыдно, что его студент сделал что-то настолько восхитительное, а потом стыдится этого. Это же какой позор.
И он разочарован своим
Да, он
студентом,
разочарован,
который был
что
такой.
у которого были такие прекрасные возможности, чтобы расцвести, а он взял и подобные глупости выдает, что, мол, ой, ну вот так вот случайно получилось, ну вот вы, наверное, бы то же самое сделали,
Я
ну не
больше так
вините.
не буду. Папочка, я больше так не
Да,
буду.
то есть, ну, а может ему все-таки было стыдно за такую, не, очевидно, что, ну, наверное, это не так, но я так, мема ради говорю, что...
Да, конечно, Джулиан испытывал что-то подобное, ведь Ричарду было даже в тот момент жалко этого Генри, который ему много насолил, много ему, ну, как бы, много чем виноват был перед Ричардом, а и то Ричарду было его жалко и стыдно за него, за то, что он так себя вел. Конечно, Джулиан испытывал такие чувства, я думаю, да, ты прав, конечно.
At first, Richard told us about his connection with other people from his group. Camila wrote him a few times. One time about Charles, one time for Christmas, one time for his birthday. As well, he got a call from Francis about his graduation, about graduation of Richard, who was the only one who graduated from Hampton, and Charles and Camila and Francis were going to visit Richard at the ceremony, but they didn't, and Richard was not surprised or disappointed. After as well, Richard started dating with this girl, Sophia, and after some time he moved. Sophie, okay. After some time, he moved to her. She was working at some dance. She had some job connected with dancing, and in her house and in Henry's house, these roses that he planted had gone wild, but they still smelled nice, and it was as if everyone from his group congratulated him uh, with the end of his learning. Everyone but Charles, because Charles wrote nothing to Richard, even when they were probably the closest ones to each other. But that's how it ended up. However, Richard was not sure about the situation with Sophia, and he was worrying about uh, marrying her. He didn't want that, and less than after it took less than 6 months for them to break up because Richard was not sensitive, and obviously because of this whole secrets of his, he was not able to open up not only about these events but as well about his feelings and reasons of his distractions, of his guilt and all of that stuff. And at the end, we see how he started writing, not writing, how he um, was consuming different types of media, and he was looking for some authors who had similar story to Henry's and his own. I guess the point was not only to feel better about himself by finding people are who are taken as someone famous and no and worthy, even when they were horrible people, but as well to understand Henry better. And probably this is it. The other day, Richard got a letter from Francis. Francis at first wanted to say that it was a hard one to write, but it was not. At first, Francis wished good luck to Richard with Sonia and in life in general. Then he uh, gave some gave himself an opportunity to jump into his old memories, and at the end he told that uh, he's going to see Henry in the afterlife or something like that, and um, and he was wondering why Henry didn't kill all of them. And well, it's wild to even consider such option because well, you know, just a few lines before he was wishing all the best to Richard, and then and here he wanted uh, all of them to be dead, and uh, as well at that point there was no this Francis had not hadn't these problems that he has now, and it's just a stupid thing to say, but it portrays him as someone who wants to blame at least someone for his own failures and problems. So after the letter, Richard uh, drove himself to Francis. He found quickly on the airplane he got there uh, and found Francis in hospital. Francis was trying to do Roskomnadzor using razor and bathtub. He did not succeed. He was found by someone who was working there, and he looked terrible. He was pale, but but they spent a lot of time talking to each other. It appeared that the reason why Francis wanted to kill himself was that he had to earn money by himself, or uh, marry a girl who he doesn't like. And at first I thought, oh, it's a conversation about the girl. Probably they broke up, or maybe even worse, maybe she died. But then I found something like that. It's just hilarious. And before that, he told me that, oh no, you should not make fun of him. It's such a sad letter, but I can't take this person seriously. Just um, it's just pathetic in my opinion. But whatever. So he has only two options. He had only two options: marry one girl who he didn't like, or uh, be left without money. And as it seems, he has no intention to try to earn money by himself, and he has no money that he uh, saved from before, or some cars, some apartments, or something like that. He had plenty of opportunities to think about his future, or at least uh, get a diploma, or do anything that can be useful skill to earn money, but he didn't. And now he has no options that he likes. And this is it for these pages. Richard was still in Francis' uh, room. Francis was smoking, and at first Richard was trying to convince Francis to try something, to try to earn money by himself. But Francis believed that to be impossible for him. In the middle of conversation, door was opened by uh,
Nurse.
nurse. Okay, nurse. And well, and this nurse invited one girl to the room. It was uh, this girl who was supposed to be Francis' girlfriend or bribe, or I don't know what plans does this uncle has.
Фианти, скорее фианси, потому что
Fiance. Yeah.
фианси, потому что брайб это как раз когда церемония. Вот именно в этот
Okay.
день
Okay.
свадьбы она называется брайб.
Okay.
Брайд. Брайб это у нас взятка.
Yeah.
Фианси.
Okay. Right. Okay. And fiance. She looked pretty to Richard. She wears a pink sweater with some uh, drawings on it, and she was beaming with positive and giving was giving everyone smiles. She told to Henry that she thought that uh, they had decided to quit smoking. So basically, it's one out of two. It's probably it's both. The first one is that she treats him like a child, and the second that uh, she has some uh, belief that вот, ну сколько можно хвостом мне прям по лицу. Так, she believes her decision to be right and to be shared by Francis, even when I'm quite sure that it was not some kind of adult conversation with promises or something like that. She decided it for herself, but now she uh, has such a confidence about this decision. She uh, give gave a few words to Richard, beamed his with positive, and then conversation stopped. And was that. Okay, so they were in Boston for 4 days. Two of them, Francis was in a hospital, and after that, on the Ash Wednesdays, they went to church. Uh, there were a lot of details about this ceremony, but in general, they got their foreheads marked with ash. They were part of this ceremony, and probably they were even serious about that. But at the same time, when it comes to how do they to the main ceremony, main part about talking about their scenes, they decided to skip that part, understandably, because they were not able to fulfill their yeah, they were not able to confess everything, to do that right, but they still had an opportunity to talk between between the three of them about their sins, about their regrets and lessons from their lives. But they didn't. Instead of that, Francis started the topic about sins of Barney. And I believe that's kind of portrays Francis. He is not was not used to uh, take responsibility for himself. He is not ready to earn money for himself. He blames his uncle for these problems, even when he was living for the, or even from their money for all these years and was doing nothing to secure his future, and now he blames everyone. He blamed Henry in a lot of ways. He just uh, is not the kind of person that I would respect about that, and that's another thing. It is really hard for him to take the consequence of his actions, to consider to take them as something that was done and that's lays on him. Camila, on the other hand, it's really hard to say what she was thinking about. She was the one who took Richard out of this uh, process about confession of their sins, but she told almost nothing about that. I didn't find any Christian traits from her, and I actually believe that she kind of more near to Henry, to the philosophy of Henry, but I'm not sure. And Richard, he just new to this, and he doesn't care that much to as it's necessary to deny their decisions. And that's pretty much it, I think, for these pages. So there was this talk between the three of them about mainly about Charles. So Charles was drinking a lot. Okay, before that, they told that Francis gave Charles a lot of money, and it was 2 years ago, and Charles was not going to give it back anytime at all. and it was as well told that it had been a bad decision. But Francis did not regret that because, well, at this point he just doesn't care. It's not as if he would put this money on some uh, saving account, or he would just spend them as he usually does. Nothing special. Um, and another and after that they started explaining what happened during these years with Charles. Basically, he continued to drink a lot, and his granny, their granny, was really upset about that. They Camilla asked Francis to give uh, Charles some money for his rehabilitation. Francis did that, but in a week, Charles ran away from this hospital with some woman of 30, woman who had a child and husband, but she ran away. Even after they were found, uh, they decided to avoid coming home. And currently, the situation is the same. They are running from place to place, and that's what it is. And probably this is it for this page. Hi guys, you believe me to be dead, aren't you? But I'm alive. Do you really believe that sometime you will be able to forget about me? That you will be able to free your mind from this beautiful and terrific moment? My truth, my highest point, the fulfill of my dreams and beliefs. You won't be able to do that. I will believe with you to the end of your days and even after, through this secret history that will be shared, that will be alive in person, or that will be, or my story will even live on after these books or anything whatever you will create. I will believe in people who you have affected. Because I have affected you. I put some ideas in your head, some expression, some emotion. And by doing this, I changed your actions. And by changing your actions, I, in some way, have responsibility for whatever effect you will put upon this world. And in this sense, I'm still alive. I'm with you. And you better believe me. You cannot like my answer to this question. The question was in Russian, I'll translate it.
Может быть, Ричард написал эту историю, чтобы избавиться от тяжелых воспоминаний о прошлом и начать новую жизнь, ведь у него ничего нет.
Okay, is that possible? That Richard chose to write this story to get rid of these memories and this past? And right away the answer. Not exactly the answer. We will find the answer many months in the future, but I want to point your attention to one interesting character who is Diane Nguyen from BoJack Horseman. Because, and why I said that you probably won't like it, because you often say that I just read this.
You are obsessed with this BoJack.
Not only BoJack, many other stories, but BoJack one of them. So you can say that I have perception of this book, and it was recalled or influenced by BoJack Horseman, or Vagabond or some other stories that I respect, um, which is true. But I still think that it is uh, an interesting way to find more meaning. And what I found interesting is that I'm not sure, should I tell you the story of Diane from the sixth season? Okay, I'll just tell you one detail. I hope it won't wreck your um, um, emotions, your thoughts from the sixth season. But the main storyline of Diane will appear to be her tragic backstory. If you remember, she had this awful family who did not care about her, who were uh, uh, trolling her, who were bullying her, her brother did not care about their own father even. And the tragedy of Diane will appear to be her obsession with her backstory. She will have to uh, she will put a burden on herself. She uh, believed that she had no right to forget about her backstory. She believed that she had a need to transfer this experience in a book to influence other people, to share her experience, her tragedy. And she will only become happy after she will allow herself to get rid of this story, to say that she doesn't have to do that, just as Richard. So maybe Richard uh, did not allow himself to forget, to uh, take off the story, because he saw that it was such a huge experience and such a powerful point that he had to share it with something, to record it somewhere. And only when he, as the author, will release this inspiration, only then he will allow himself to uh, be free. Okay, maybe I did not tell it in a good way. I was not able to express everything that I felt, but for that we'll need to watch season 6 of BoJack Horseman. So probably what I was trying to say is that Francis was trying to throw his life away, and at the same time Henry was sacrificing his body for the great purpose, for his principles, for the show, for uh, creating this beautiful situation that, as he thought in his opinion, and not only that, but to um, to claim his legacy, to be in front of all these people of Camilla who will remember him for many years in the future, and just to be devoted to what he believed in. It was not suicide in the classical way, probably. The Secret History, page number 526. It was extremely information heavy page. It will be really hard to retell all this information, but I think that there is a need to do that because it will help me to remember all the small events better. So Richard decided to share the story of some other small characters. So uh, Cloak became he got a lawyer um, education, and he started working with Bunny's dad. there was a story. One told a story that um, Bunny's dad helped Cloak to get this job, and Richard believed that, and they are smoking every now and then. Oh no, is it? No, no, no. It's about Francis. Uh, Francis got a big apartment for his wedding with Priscilla, and uh, he is the father of Priscilla is working as in apartment industry, real estate industry. He gave them a big apartment, and they uh, run into each other quite a bit uh, while night shopping for cigarettes or maybe uh, some more powerful drugs. Gigi Puvi uh, became some influencer on sport in sport. These kids who were the leader of this hangout activities bought some farmers in, and uh, this place became a great way for Hamden to celebrate anything. So their business is running good. This guy, this teacher of French, who told that Juliet's methods were retarded because he did not pay uh, attention, who had not paid attention to details that he uh, did not like. So this teacher, he's still working in Hamden, but he has some enemies there that are trying to get rid of him. This teacher, Dr. Ronald, who uh, um, he retired, but he became some famous person in Hamden. He got the reputation of person who has a lot of experience when it comes to Hamden. So he gets invited to some activities as storyteller. By the way, this the same Dr. Ronald wrote a recommendation letter to Richard, but um, he forgot his name and used another name, and because of that, Richard got in trouble. And the last one is cat, this wild cat that Charles, the cat that Charles brought up. It appeared to be a girl, and she got um, some good owners. They moved to Hamden, and she got name Princess. Probably this is it. I'll speak my mind, but of course I'm not ready to answer this question. And what does it mean that the story has ended? Have Richard told everything he wanted? I Does it mean that Henry was the main character? Uh, okay, the last one is about Henry. I don't think that he was the main character. Maybe Henry was the main character of uh, Richard's book, but he was not the main character of the book of Donna Tartt, right? Um, uh, I'm not sure how to divide this just because of the consequences, there is no um, right for Henry to be the main character, because the storyteller is still Richard, and he is still the main character. We see all the story from his perspective. But Richard surely puts a lot of meaning, a lot of influence into Henry's character. As well, probably I need to tell about um, the whole end of the book thing, because uh, I kinda thought that the secret history was about the secret history about uh, Richard, who wanted to tell a story to do his исповедь.
Мгм.
Как будет?
Сейчас
Okay,
как у нас будет.
to share his scenes, to speak his mind, and it's kind of weird that he doesn't uh, give us his final conclusion. He doesn't. It's one of the two. The first one, Richard himself was not able to uh, find an explanation that he will be proud of, that he will be satisfied with, and because of that, the story was not and was not finished. And the second one, at the end, Richard decided to treat this story not as a personal story for himself, as his reflection story, but he decided to treat it like a piece of literature, piece of art, and uh, because of that, he decided to give us some freedom for conclusion. Uh, everything possible. Probably this is it. So the question was if the secret history has an open ending, and quickly I started to think about different details, and how when you told that each character got its conclusion, that we got information about even a cat, I just for myself decided that maybe that's really how it is, because uh, Richard was trying hard to get all the information he could, to gather it together, just so he could have more material for uh, his future research. And even with that, even when he was trying to get all this information, he still didn't add his thoughts about the end, about the dream. And that's what I decided. Maybe this story is just a diary. Of course, we was talking about it many times before, but I mean it in a different way. I mean that maybe this story was not about Richard's feeling and perception of these events. Of course, he did write some of his feelings that he felt at the moment, but at the end, he did not put conclusions about the story, because it will make future researchers less objective. And probably the reason why he did not say anything about this dream, because it was a dream. It was not something that happened. It was not something that he could analyze Henry's behavior from, or from where he can get conclusions. No, it was a dream. It was his dream. It was his own feelings, and he's free to interrupt it in many different ways. But uh, by doing this, he could only get conclusions about his own emotions and experience, not about the reality, about not about uh, the mind of different people around him, only about himself. And he did not do that because uh, maybe he decided to put all these scenes into another book, into another uh, piece that he would create, that he will create, a piece about his own uh, lessons, about his experience, about his mistakes, etc., that he got from all this story. But it's completely different story, and he decided to avoid talking about that in this story as much as he could. That's my theory. Okay, so what new did I got from this pages? Uh, it's audiobook. This is the first audiobook from minute 11 to 21, and I found it interesting how author is doing her best to portray the situation of lack of control of the character. How many scenes have happened, should have happened, so that scenario will appear, and how she's trying to make her character being led by everything. There, he chose a Greek on a fluke, on a whim, uh, chose on a whim, Greek on a whim. He just because of some stupid reasoning, because some laziness, and uh, just without any profound thoughts. As well, he found this letter from Hamden that he uh, saved for himself just because it was pretty, and the whole process of getting into this college was a big luck for Richard, and he had to do a lot of risking stuff. So just by doing this, author is trying to say that, well, one step aside and this whole situation wouldn't happen, but it did anyway. Um, what is the purpose of this? I mean, why does author try to make a situation where her main character is being led by everyone for the most part of the book? I'm not sure. I guess we'll need to think about this later. And another scene. I mean, it's quite obvious one, but for some reason I did not pay attention to this at the first read. Um, Actually, it was really hard for him to get to Hebden, and I just skipped this whole part about scholarship, and um, he was quite persistent actually at this moment. He was fighting this whole. He was fighting for this opportunity for 8 months, and well, that's what it is. It just makes him more human. It's just even more shows his motivation why he was um, why he wanted to raise this part of his life, and why uh, he was not just why we should not use normal criteria of normal for him. This is it, I think. So I decided to retell this part up to 39 minutes of the first part of the book. Richard was paying close attention to this weirdos from a Greek group, and okay, I just have some uproar at my near room, but whatever, it's common stuff. So mm, so he was paying close attention, and uh, that's how the and Richard as well found a friends, but it's not really that important. But what's important is some more details about their appearance. Henry was really tall, well over 6 foot, 6 feet. Uh, it's probably more than 190 centimeters or something like that. And he was black haired. He um, actually I did not. He had a square jaw and glasses, and Richard even could call him beautiful, if only Harry did not have this expression on his face and this emotionless uh, behavior. Barney was also really tall, not as tall as Henry, but close to that, and uh, he all the time was wearing the same clothes, and he was blonde. Nothing really special I remembered about his outlook. Francis was red haired, like a lot, and he was wearing suits, and um, it was easy to say that he does care about people's opinion around him, and he wanted to be this um, to look more official. And twins, at first Richard believed them to be in a relationship, to be dating, but then he found out that they are siblings, and they were both pale skinned, and they were dark uh, blondes, and they looked as if they from their look it was hard to say about their gender, and that's pretty much it. And about their behavior, once again here we hear about Bonnie having no limitation about his behavior, how he was able to just shout out of the window to the twins, and Francis kind of was, well, it's not new information for us, so I guess I'll just skip it. And there was also something else that I wanted to say. Um, but I forgot. Okay, whatever. This is it for this part. But okay, there is not really that much to say, but we'll see how it goes. So the secret history up to 49 minutes 40 seconds of the first part of this audiobook. Richard caught this Greek group in the library. He was at first trying to listen to their speech. They were talking about some common stuff, nothing special. Nothing. There was not even talk about murder or some drunk adventures. It's quite a strange talk by their standards, because it's way too usual for them. Um, and Richard called something. He decided to interrupt them. He offered his option. He uh, he offered his vision of the grammar situations they were talking about, and uh, they found this interesting. Francis did, and Francis was going to look about this in some book. Henry, and they were quite polite. Uh, Henry shook his hand. Camilla gave him, not exactly him, but she was smiling for some reason, as well as Charles. By the way, maybe it's in some way connected with his obsession with protecting his sister. I'm not sure. Um, then there was some other talk. Uh, Henry came in with umbrella in a sunny day, probably, and he and actually he was not polite to Richard. I would say not at all. But then when he heard about the situation about Richard's knowledge, he found some reason to consider him to be a human or something close to that. Yeah, but he was not agree with Richard. Still, he believed that Richard was found of Homer. Richard told that he liked him, and Henry replied with, "I love Homer." So he was just pointing attention to the fact that maybe you don't like him good enough. Maybe you're not good enough Greek if you just like Homer. And they left. Camilla shook his hand, and as well as Henry, and they were polite. So the question here is that what was this about? Because LD offered me a question. If it was all a setup to learn about Richard, at one hand, it looks like that because they're way too polite, and Camilla, for some reason, knew about Richard. Or maybe she was the only one who was in that class back then when Richard came. I don't know. Um, but at the same time, there were no other evidences, I would say, and Henry was not polite. He did not look as if he was trying to uh, get Richard into their group. But whatever, it's another topic that is kind of interesting to discuss. So it's good that there are some food for thinking in this book, some extra food, and probably this is it. The Secret History, first part of the audiobook, up to 1 hour and 13 minutes, 17 minutes. To be honest, I did not find this part of the book. I did not find some. I did not find a lot of interesting new details. But in general, we found out uh, some relationship between Francis and Richard, Henry and Richard. They were trying to check his level of knowledge, and they consider uh, some. They have different standards of strength, and as well, right there, we saw how frustrated Richard was and what was his motivation for learning Greek. I did not pay that much attention to that the first when I was reading it for the first time. As well, we get a bit better glance at Julian's office. We get another mention that Francis is an extremely skinny guy. And actually, I was surprised that this time Richard told nothing about how graceful Camilla was, because I just wanted to joke around that let's try to find a passage in the book in which, after Camilla's appearance, Richard won't tell how beautiful she is, but it's right there. I mean, he still can fix that, but right there he told nothing about Camilla. I mean, nothing about her beauty.
Да.
And right there we also saw Bonnie's skill of mocking people, of digging under them and finding something to make them angry with. Probably he himself wanted that pen, but he didn't have one, and he started joking about Henry, who bought one, about how ugly this parent was, and it's not easy to say that Henry actually was angry about all these words of Henry. But probably this is it for this part. Okay, what is the reason why Donald Hart wrote that book? I guess there is no clear answers. There are a lot of them. It's not as if there's only one topic that she wanted to devote this book to. I guess at one hand it is just about her love of Greek and this whole culture. Maybe she just wanted to express her wildest dreams about learning Greek. Maybe it's about some character's destiny. Maybe about Richard, and maybe in some way she as well finds herself similar to some of the characters. And she just wanted to find a happy ending, or maybe due to some kind of reflection. Maybe it's about beauty and terror. Maybe her perception of beauty is wild in the eyes of many people, and she wanted to write this book for someone who has similar opinions as she does. But to be honest, I just don't have a clear answer. Maybe just really lot of small details. Somewhere it was just her small story between her and her friends. Somewhere about some someone who was not able to find happiness because of their childhood. Because when it comes to almost every character, almost everyone we know good enough has some problems when their backstories. But I don't know, to be honest. For now, I'm not sure about something beyond literature and just writing an interesting story with some small points that she wanted to highlight. The secret history, the end of the first part of the book. It is first part of audiobook, 1 hour and 39 minutes. Richard actually found, even when Richard wanted to call police in the middle of the lesson, after all this conversation about taking down the town, right there, after the lesson, Richard wrote key words of Julian into his diary. So Richard really found them interesting, and at very least interesting, and maybe he even found him to be right in some way. As well, I want to tell that I did not expect Richard to act like that with Roland. Don't I didn't remember that because actually Richard literally told that he was swaying in boredom while talking to Roland, and it's kind of wild considering the fact that he was in such a great danger. Just I guess his perception of danger is kind of different, differs from mine, right? Um, so just by using these facts, we can from the beginning say that he's not an ordinary character. He's not an ordinary person. Okay. And talking about uh, the lesson of Julian, that very first lesson, um, there are really no way to say how much of importance did that lesson had, but actually no, probably there is a way, because uh, at that lesson, uh, Francis, Francis, Bonnie, Camilla, they did not give the right answers. Okay, they told that, oh, I want to live, I want to live forever. Probably Francis told nothing. I don't remember. Did Francis told anything at that lesson about desires?
Понимаешь, там в первой части
У вас
они
телефон потух.
сказали, что так, сейчас. А потом он стал по второму кругу их убеждать,
No.
и они просто...
Did Francis answered that question about?
Нет,
No.
ничего.
Okay. What I'm trying to say is that probably if it wouldn't be the first time when Julian raised up that topic, probably in that case they would answer right. So my theory is that Henry, who studies with Julian the most at that point, he already agrees with Julian. And maybe all these words of Julian were devoted to other members of Greek club, such as Charles, Bonnie, maybe Francis, and Richard. Because Julian was not trying to take the answer from Henry. Henry was just he was quiet about that. Maybe because Julian at that point already knew that Henry has the right mindset, and he just needs to get another push. But we don't know that for sure. But he was pushing them hardly. I mean, in a hard way. He was, especially, it was important to Henry because all these words about culture person, someone who restricts himself, someone who just fills up with this sadness of daily life and keeps this mask all the time. That's exactly Henry, and it's as if Julian was talking towards him. he was talking how great it is to let yourself loose once in a while. And probably this is it. So, Richard and Bonnie spent some more time in the restaurant, and they were talking about different stuff, but some interesting points is about Henry. Bonnie believes him to have different minds set from their own. He believes him to be genius, but the one who works way too much. Once again, we can remember his the way how he was abroad. He believed that uh, it's not uh, that labor is not something that a person who respects himself should do. Um, and As well, he was talking about twins. He told that Camila was looking like a boy, uh, and Richard didn't like that, but uh, Bonnie continued, even with that in mind. So he told that she wears his brother's clothes, and that it's for unforgivable, especially for her. Um, he stopped at the middle of conversation. He was about to split something, or maybe he was not. But anyway, he ordered more drinks, 2 cigarettes. They were drunk out of their skulls, and um, what's probably what was Barney was trying to do is just test the waters with Richard, because I don't think that this little um, restaurant situation will save him a lot of money. I don't think that he was caring about this one-time scene. It probably was just about testing how easy Richard is able to give his money. Does he worth his efforts? Because if he will be willing to close his bill this time, maybe he will be able to tame him, and tame him into being able to pay for him more frequently. So he decided to start from something small, but small from Bunny's perspective is quite a large sum of money for Richard. And this is it. So Bunny called Henry, and actually, I just want to point out how easily Bunny was able to behave. Of course, he was drunk, but still, he was able to behave in this situation. As if he did not felt any guilt or embarrassment for this whole situation. So once again, it's probably his protective mechanism or something like that. He got used to this kind of situation because he takes money from people all the time. So I guess it's just a fine scene for him to find himself in these kind of situations. So he um, called Henry, and actually he was kind of glad when Henry actually appeared. So he had some doubts about that. It clearly was not part of his plans that Richard would not be able to pay for this one. And actually, probably it was not that much of a problem about this whole situation, but rather about um, his honor, as he just would feel himself dropped if Henry wouldn't save him. But anyway, on the way back, when he was and actually Barney was acting quite rude. He was joking about this whole scene. He wasn't trying to seriously apologize. He was slamming his door. Um, And Henry told that he can't uh, imagine how embarrassing it is for everyone around him. So actually, I believe that this whole story about Henry being angry, even when he can afford a pen worth of $300, I think it's rather about this whole the awkwardness of the situation. It's not about the money. It's about the fact that he had to drive to restaurant and do this embarrassing scene, saves his friends while all this um, people around him are watching and judging him. Henry even told once that he wanted to buy real estate somewhere, a gigantic one, so that he would be able to just avoid social contacts with anyone. So actually, he does care about people around him, about their opinions. He doesn't. He wants to look smart, and he can withstand this embarrassment. So I think that was the problem, and that's what made him so angry with Henry.
So Richard just was walking in his school and he ran into the twins. They were all white, their clothes, the color of their hair, and they looked like two angels. He still was quite um, airheaded when it comes to any members of this Greek uh, club. And it's interesting that actually in this case, Richard was not emphasizing, was not putting an emphasis on Camilla. He was talking about them equally as if they were equally um, beautiful to him. And I mean beautiful, not handsome. Just um, he treated them equally. That's interesting, considering his feelings for Camila, because I believe there already was one of such lines in this book, but by this point when he was describing how beautiful Camila is. I think there was one case of this already, but whatever. So he came to them, they started talking. The twins brought up this topic of Bunny and Henry, about this dinner between Barney and Richard. He was, and okay, that's not important. It's not retell after all. So they were talking about Barney and Henry being actually good friends, and then one of the twins, probably Camila, I'm not sure, pointed at um, other direction, and it was uh, just как будет, yeah, graveyard. So he pointed at the graveyard, and she pointed at graveyard and started talking about how beautiful it is, how special apples there, and how beautiful its flowers are, especially under the snow. It's quite a sick line, quite a sick Eastern egg, not only because after exactly after conversation about Bonnie and Henry, they pointed out at graves they will die, but not only that, but this feature about uh, beautiful flowers under the snow, and as well, right now I understood that maybe this apples scene is also have
more meaning to it, because as you said, these apples are everywhere in Hamden, but for some reason Camilla and Charles found only these ones to be beautiful. It's as if authors trying to say that, well, there are a lot of scenes that you can enjoy in your life, but they are so stubborn and narrow, and their worldview is so narrow that they are able to find only these ones to be uh, beautiful and special, even if they are so close to death. And after that, they had some time. Richard invited them to dinner. They refused, and then they invited him to their place. And probably I should not tell as much as that, but well, I'll try to do this to correct myself in the next recording. So, the twins invited Richard to their place, and Richard agreed. He was glad. He actually needed friends. And he actually was worshipping this whole Greek club, and for him to get an opportunity to visit the their houses, the houses of these special people in flesh. It was really something remarkable, and he did. He was there. He was paying attention to every uh, part of their house, and that's interesting. That actually, I don't believe that there were no um, something common, but he was paying attention to everything that was making this place special. He was trying to extract as much reasons for himself to uh, find them to be special, uh, and I actually was surprised by the fact that the twins were able, with their budget, were able to rent such a whole house in which there are so many books and different historic objects. But whatever. And they started talking about Hamden, and the conversation went to the way of just roasting Richard. Just between the lines, they didn't have such intention, but they did, in fact, uh, because they told that they started talking about how awful this place is, how Hamden is able to take everyone, every person uh, that no one else needs, and that's and it was actually a huge punch for Richard, because, well, for him it was hard to get there, and he actually wanted to do that, and it took him a lot of efforts, and now he hears from his uh, gods, okay, semi-gods, that it's actually a place where anyone can get to. And someone knocked. This is it. From this page, I believe that I did not learn much, but I just probably should express my different perception of Richard during my second read, потому что, because uh, I really feel him to be different. I feel him to be, I mean, not different. I feel like I don't have as much cringe as I did before, and I understand him better. Uh, I'm able to emphasize him and not blame him for all the mistakes that he is making. And I'm I'm even not sure if it is more because I'm reading the book for the second time, or because during the first read I just was not, especially in the first sort of the book or something like that, I was not conscious enough, and I was not interested enough in book to pay attention to many details. As a fact, I at first even forgot about his sad childhood. But whatever, I just wanted to point it out as well. Maybe I should say that it's interesting that Richard is being able to sway that easily. He is going to leave this Greek club just, I mean, there are a lot of reasons, but the trigger for him became just lack of empathy from France. And it's maybe it's not only about the betrayal of his trust from Barney's side, but as well because mm, he felt like he didn't belong there. They're all special. It was not enough for him to become special, but just it was not enough to just participate in this club to become special. They're special because there are reason for that, not because they are part of this Greek club. There are more to it. But still, his decision to take part in such a wild Greek activity is it was harsh. It was and it is quite understandable for me why he wants to quit. But as well, uh, uh, I just wonder why did he stay after he heard that conversation between Henry and Julian? Did he? Was it just because of his curiosity, or maybe of fear, or why did he stay after this conversation? He had all the red flags to run away, but he didn't. So I guess we will learn this in the um, next time when we'll listen to this book. Okay, so Richard went to this Friday party, and the question of all day is if someone can really enjoy this and relax on this party. I think that yes, because uh, that's kind of the type of these parties when people not only get really drunk, but as well uh, they are becoming part of something. They're losing themselves. Okay, there are a lot of people who are doing silly stuff, drinking like there is no tomorrow, and just uh, I think they are losing themselves by this in some uh, simple way, uh, just simplific way of something that Henry is doing. Anyway, Richard met a girl there. He had at that moment already have drank uh, 6 cocktails of vodka, and uh, he actually cared that less about this girl. I mean, I don't really know why she was talking to him because uh, he was not paying respect like this one girl. He didn't remember her name, and uh, he was insulting her friends. But and she made a comment that uh, you need to lose your to get loose. But Richard told that it was as loose as he could get, and I think it's true. He drank 6 glasses of vodka for a reason. He wanted to get lost, to just get rid of these doubts about his Greek classes, about this um, doubts of this class, of this group, if they are trying to betray him or something like that. And it also portrays the situation to that actually Richard is not that special from this group. He's also abnormal. He also needs
to lose himself. He also has some parts of his personality that he hates and that he wants to get rid of. And at this point, Camilla just came closer to him, and just when he saw Camilla, it was it's kind of even fun how he reacts to her. Like to this girl, he was arguing, he was rude, rude even in his own thoughts, and he was not paying interest to her hobbies or even her name. But when Camila came, he's like, "Oh, hello, what are you doing? Oh, why are you here? Uh, can I treat you a drink?" Um, when he offered him to go to Francis' place, he just followed her alone without any complaints, without any poses. So yeah, he really have fallen in love with her really badly, and mostly it's probably not only because of her beauty or something like that. It's but because he really finds her to be special. He finds something that he's looking for in other people, and so they get out, and this is it for this part.